Honorable Mayor Jeff Mason, preside.
Sir. Ms. Barbara Knapp, would you lead us tonight in prayer?
I will. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you've given us and the opportunity to make decisions with the fellow citizens of this county. I pray that each of us will surrender our will for your will, our thoughts for your thoughts, and our wisdom for your wisdom. I pray, Father, that you will guide this meeting and bring us into unity, putting aside all disputes and misunderstandings. As one body, we choose to listen to your voice of love, compassion, and strength. We ask and believe that your will be done in this meeting tonight and in the days and weeks ahead as you restore Smith County to be the light you've called us to be. I pray that your hand be on those that are struggling with sickness, brokenness, and addiction. And I pray that each person in this community will be your hands and feet to those that need healing and hope. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Ms. Stacy.
Shannon Green,
Present.
Glenn Reese,
Here.
Terry Gibbons,
Here.
Billy Bass,
Here.
Brenda Kirby,
Here.
Jason Stewart,
Here.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Here.
Daniel Fritz,
Here.
Dalton Pascal,
Here.
Shannon Beachy,
Here.
Erica Ebel,
Here.
Ron Schumate,
Here.
Ron Cowan,
Here.
Linda Nixon,
Here.
Kobe McKinney,
Here.
Barbara Knappel,
Here.
Charles Kent,
Here.
Bill Reese,
Here.
Tommy Bain,
Here.
Joey Nixon,
Here.
Dennis Hackett,
Here.
Dustin Dillahay,
Here.
David Gross,
Here.
Frank Woodard,
Here.
24. All right, so this, again, I will reiterate this the same as I did tonight. This is a regularly called meeting of the Smith County Court. The only people that will be allowed to speak tonight are commissioners and elected officials or department heads if asked a question about their budget. Any other outburst, you will be escorted out of here. That's not anything trying to silence anything or anything. That is the law. It was asked earlier, can we vote on a tax levy tonight? The only way to vote on a tax levy tonight is if someone makes a motion to add to tonight's agenda before we get started. So if anyone wants to make that motion, we'll take it now. If not, we'll move on.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add that to the agenda tonight, please.
All right.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to add the tax levy portion of this. Let's add it in between 12 and 13 after discussion of the budget. Is there any discussion of this motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Say, all right, so we'll do this count again.
Jason Powell.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Gibbons,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
No.
Brenda Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
No.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Fritz,
No.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Shannon Beachy,
Yes.
Erica Ebel,
No.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
No.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
No.
Tommy Bain,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Dustin Dillahay,
Yes.
David Gross,
No.
Frank Woodard,
No.
Motion passes 16-8. All right, first item is the approval of the June 24th, 2019 Smith County Commission meeting minutes. If all of you have a chance to review those, are there any questions or changes? If not, I will take a motion to approve those meetings.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Does that take you, Jason? I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor of approving?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Resolution number 07-2019-01 is the appointment of the Smith County genealogical historian. John Wagner Jr. has held that position and has not said he does not want it, so if it is your will to continue him as our genealogist, and he does a great job at managing our archives and those kind of things at the courthouse.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion by Joey, second by Tommy. I have a motion and a second to approve the appointment of the Smith County genealogist. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, next item is the approval and discussion of the contract with Rutherford County Juvenile Facility, and that is to be presented. Mr. Beller, that contract is for you.
This is not a contract that I prepared, but it is one that was submitted to us by Rutherford County, and what they asked for is for the county commission to approve this agreement, and this is involving juvenile services that we have on our own court here in Smith County, Tennessee, Judge Michael Collins. It's my understanding that there, as it has been relayed to me, that these are specifically for certain juveniles that we cannot house in the Putnam County Detention Center simply by virtue of the fact of the nature of the charges that are against them. The contract itself calls for a $175 a day rate for any juvenile that's detained in this system. Anyone need to get a copy of it?
Brent. Brent. Here's one.
Now, one of the things with regard to the contract is we agreed to reimburse their center any medical expenses for a juvenile that may be injured or something that may happen. This is standard operating procedure that we've engaged in for years and years with Putnam County, and quite frankly, in this state, in the Middle Tennessee area, it's very difficult to find juvenile services in places to house juveniles. Now, we don't have a set number that's associated with the budget that I could tell you. Miss Daisy might be able to pull some figures up. My understanding is that the amount of juveniles that we've had in that we've had for the last fiscal year have been less than an expense of, let me pull my numbers up here. Just bear with me. The amount of total cost to house 6 juveniles for 14 days was $2,100. Is what we expended for those number of juveniles. Now, that does not include juveniles that are brought into the criminal justice system, the criminal court, by way of petition from the district attorney's office. Those juveniles are housed at, quite frankly, can be an enormous expense. That's something that something that we had happen this last year. It doesn't happen that often, but when you have juveniles that are to be tried as adults, it's an expense that you don't always necessarily foresee. The contract in front of you, the only thing that you're being asked to do is to approve that agreement. That way the mayor can execute that agreement. It's something that would be required of us, and if we were allowed to house juveniles in the Rutherford County facility. Any questions?
So this is for juveniles that can't go to Putnam County?
Right,
We're having to put them
and I want to classify them without going into too specific details, special needs. Certain types of criminal cases involving certain minors that cannot be housed in that facility because they're not equipped for that. Rutherford County is.
So where have we had to house them before?
Yes.
Where?
Sumner County is where we've had to hire them before. We've actually, I want to think we might have been able to get a pass with Rutherford County to house a particular juvenile on that, in their facility, and we didn't have any ratings.
We have counts down there. Some of your budget needs, where we amended that budget line was to cover those costs.
You asked my question, I'll make sure we're out like that.
Is there any way we could get money back from the guardians or parents?
It's a good question. Don't know the answer to that necessarily. I'll ask. I think there's, of course, most of the time when you have a juvenile, they're not going to be able to reimburse to begin with, unless there's a statute authorizing it. Likelihood is no. Just consider it an expense item, more than likely, okay? Because even if you don't get funding out of juveniles by way of cost to the court system. Anyone else?
I have another question. Okay, so you said there were 6 juveniles for 14 days at an expense of $2,100?
The information I received was there were 6 juveniles. They were housed a total number of 14 days, and the total expense was $2,100. Now that was in the Putnam County, if I'm not mistaken, and that's at $150 a day. If I got the information right.
Yeah, if you divide like 2,100 by 6,
You're-
14 is like 25.
I didn't produce the information, I just received it, okay?
That's a question you can ask Judge Collins.
There may be another expense item in there that I'm not aware of.
Judge Collins here.
I don't believe so.
Basically,
He's spotting national traffic to get in.
Any other questions? Thank you.
and that's just a presentation. So number 8 is a presentation of the June 20, 2019 Budget and Finance Committee meeting. That's for your presentation. Any additions or anything to be corrected on that?
Do we need to take action on this?
To approve this?
That's just a presentation.
They will need to take action on that to authorize you to execute that contract if we're going to be allowed to use the services of Rutherford County.
Okay, all right, I didn't see. All right, we're back up to number 7, approval of that. I will take a motion to approve or disapprove.
So moved.
To approve?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
All right, I got a motion by Chad Kent, second by Mr. Glenn Reese to approve that. Since this entails money, we'll do roll call.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese.
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Carby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Whitford,
Yes.
Daniel Fritz,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumake,
Yes.
Ronald Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Bain,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Dustin Dillahay,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Motion carries unanimously. All right, now we'll move on to the presentation of the June 20th Budget and Finance Committee minutes. Are there any addition or corrections to those minutes? There's nothing needs to be voted on. All right, resolution number 07-2019-02. It is a resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and payment of a general fund tax and revenue anticipation note that not to exceed $1.5 million. And this is our tax anticipation note that we have to pass this every year, a resolution to borrow enough money to make our operating expenses from now until October when property taxes start coming in. I will take a motion to approve that.
Motion to approve.
Billy Givens,
Second.
second Chaz Kent. I have a motion and a second to approve that. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greg Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Kaskel,
Yes.
Shannon Beachy,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumake,
Yes.
Ron Callen,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Bobby McKinney,
Yes.
Robert Knapple,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Vane,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Dustin Dillahay,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
Resolution passes. Thank you for that. That allows us to continue operation until October. All right, item number 10 is a letter from the state and local finance comptroller of the treasury. You all should have received that letter yesterday by email from Mr. Beller. If you don't have a copy of it, let us know and we'll get you one. All right, you all have a copy of it. I will read it for the folks that are here that there may be, if there's any questions about that. It's dated July the 3rd, 2019, and it's addressed to the Honorable Jeff Mason, County Mayor, and the Honorable Board of Commissioners of Smith County. Dear Mayor Mason, the county contacted our office to inquire about issuing tax and revenue anticipation notes for fiscal year 2020. Specifically, what would be required for the county to gain approval for the trans. The County Commission needs to adopt a balanced fiscal year 2020 budget as soon as possible by either cutting expenditures or increasing revenues for the county's general fund. The Commission needs to take action to ensure there is enough revenue in the general fund to pay for all required services and to have sufficient cash flows to meet the county's operating needs throughout the fiscal year. Prior to granting approval for the trans, the County Commission must agree to implement the following corrective action plan. This is the corrective action plan. The County Commission must adopt a corrective action plan for immediate implementation to address the underlying causes of overspending and insufficient cash for working capital in the general fund. The corrective action plan needs to include the following: internal controls that prevent the county from spending more than its available cash, monthly monitoring by the County Commission of the county's financial condition, a cash management and cash balance policy for the general fund that requires working capital sufficient to permit the county to operate without borrowing for operations. The County Commission must determine what amount the general fund cash balance needs to be to support the county operations without having to issue tax and revenue anticipation notes. This cash balance must be sufficient to meet unexpected contingencies and insurance deductibles. The cash balance must be attained within 3 physical years. Our office will contact you concerning the specific monitoring reports that must be done for the County Commission as well as your office. The corrective action plan should be adopted by August 19, 2019 and filed with our office on or before August 31st, 2019. The county's elected and appointed officials and employees should work together to adopt and implement a realistic, balanced cash basis fiscal year 2020 budget as soon as possible. If you should have questions or need assistance regarding these requirements, feel free to contact your financial analyst, Ron Queen, at 615-401-7862 or ron.queen@cot.10.gov. You may also contact our office by mail. Please send it to the attention of your Office of State and Local Finance. Sincerely, Sandra Thompson, Director of the Office of State and Local Finance. Is there any questions or discussions on this letter? I don't think there's anything in this letter any different than what I've been telling you since October. So, that was for your presentation. Next item is the corrective action plan. Mr. Beller, you have the correction action plan?
I have a proposal that we put together in the form of a resolution of the corrective action plan that's based on the letter that you received. This is not something that's required for you to vote upon tonight as far as taking action, other than to at least give some form of assent or approval to the comptroller's office that would indicate that you've received the letter and that you're willing to adopt some form of corrective action plan that would satisfy the comptroller's office. As you all have been made aware that they will not approve the trans apart from some form of a corrective action plan. This is what I put together as a proposal only. I wish that each and every one of you take this home with you, take a look at it. If you have any ideas, we can obviously amend this, and the next time that we meet, we would be able to approve this. I expect at some point that we may have to call a special meeting, just if nothing else, to adopt this resolution or a form of this resolution. As you're all aware, or have been made aware now, we've got until August the 19th to adopt the corrective action plan. The comptroller's office will make me out. I have to get you a copy, a short one apparently. Yeah. Okay, you got a copy? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Everybody got one?
Let me have my copy back. Appreciate it. This copy came from my paper at my office. But as you can see, some of the high points in dealing with the internal controls that prevent the county from spending more than its available cash. Obviously, there's some the county mayor and director of accounts and budget will monthly review the current cash balance and obligation for the general fund and establish a monthly cash flow range, which is expected from the comptroller's office. It would make a requirement that we not only, we'd have to report that to the comptroller's office every month. Now, some of you may have heard that if they step in, then they would be monitoring our cash flow regardless. So it's something that's a self-imposed requirement that we would be doing from this point forward. The monthly monitoring by the county commission of the county's financial condition, just as a proposal, Mayor has discussed an oversight committee. In addition to that, as opposed to the 7 regularly scheduled meetings that we would have in the months on the second Monday that doesn't fall on a holiday, of the months that we don't meet, the county commission would meet in a workshop with a budget finance committee happening almost immediately thereafter or at 7 o'clock. The purpose of that is simply put to make sure the entire body of the county commission is aware and has the opportunity to ask the questions with regard to any of the cash flow, balances, budgetary issues, things of that nature. It's a workshop only, so you're not going to be in a situation where you're deliberating, but it is the time for you to participate. Also, with regard to item 3, a cash management and cash balance policy for the funds that requires working capital sufficient to permit the county to operate without borrowing for operations. That's on the last page, the second page. Every department elected official requesting to borrow for operations or a budget amendment must present his or her request in writing to the Budget and Finance Committee. All requests will also be submitted in writing to this body, Board of Commissioners, which shall require the presence of the requesting party at the regularly scheduled workshop for discussion prior to consideration at any regularly scheduled meeting. In other words, if there's a department head or official that wants to make some changes, they're going to have to present it live in front of this body for you to give them the opportunity to ask them about their department, about the ongoings, overtime, comp time, whatever is required. Also, something new that we have talked about, that the county commission, this body, would reserve the right to impound funds or establish quarterly allotments for any department or office anticipated to exceed available funds. Now, again, this is not for your approval tonight, but at some point we would ask at least for an acknowledgement after discussion so we can at least write back or at least prepare our minutes in such a manner that we can get these to Ron Queen, the comptroller's office. That way we can go ahead and get the trans note through, because otherwise, without some form of assent from this body, I don't see that we're going to be able to. The likelihood is they will not approve it based on the July 3rd note. Am I correct?
You are correct.
So what's the point of no return?
The point of no return, well, we need to have the corrective action plan in place by August the 13th, according to their correspondence, July 3rd.
I was told that our cash fund, we only have enough money to make one more payroll. Is that true?
Well, I'll let someone else answer that question. But as far as the corrective action plan, the step you take tonight needs to be in the manner of going ahead and, I don't like to present this right in front of you to say, here, approve this. I want you to have the opportunity to study it, but at the same time, I realize we're under a time crunch right now, and we some form of action.
I guess my question needs to be directed to the mayor. When's the money going to run out? I mean,
Ms. Denton, can you answer that question?
I can. We receive revenue every month. Most of it at this point in the year comes from the state, in the form of sales tax, different things like that. That money does not come in until the very tip end of the month, sometime after the 20th. We do have obligations we need to make before then. Our current cash balance in the general fund is somewhere a little over $300,000 right now, with revenue anticipated to hit for fiscal year 18-19 in July and up through even August. Until that comes in, you don't have any way to offset what's going out unless we get this trend note. I have already taken on impounding funds, and what that basically means is stopping everyone from doing the things that they normally need to do to keep their department running efficiently, and we're doing that to stay okay until we can get this process. But basically, to process the trend, all we would need is a vote of agreement from you to approve some sort of corrective action plan by August 19th. That would allow Brandon to be able to write a letter, draft a letter along with his attorney opinion about the note for us to send with it to gain their approval. They have said that the corrective action plan can be worked on by you all over time up until that August 19th date. So just acknowledgement of their requirements and an agreement to put some plan in place will allow us to break the trend.
so we don't necessarily have to agree to this word for word, but we
That's
need to
right.
tell them that we're going to agree to something before
That's correct.
August 19th. So we need to do that tonight.
Yes. Any other further discussion? Mr. Stewart?
Mayor, just as far as the item number 3, the cash management, cash balance policy for each fund requires working capital sufficient to permit the county to operate without borrowing for operation. I know this county was, this is our first budget that myself is going through. I know in years past, but we've always had to borrow that trans note of $1 to $1.5 million just to float us. It's my understanding now the state of Tennessee is stepping in and saying that we need to figure out a way to keep from having to do that. Is that my understanding on that?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And is it going to be an average of $1.5 million?
The plan they gave us was a 3-year plan. And what we've estimated, based off our cash flow, is we need to have somewhere around $3 million. Daisy, is that?
Yeah, the way that works is to be able to borrow the trend, you send up a schedule of spreadsheets, their cash flow analysis with an extra little working piece in them that calculates your need. It calculates your need based off of your current revenue expected, and it also calculates an amount for them to be able to approve. So right now, I had to prepare a cash flow for this one that we'll be requesting approval on, and our need fell in the range of 1.4 to 1.8. They can approve us for up to 1.8 based off of our current need. So we're only going to request 1.5. I feel like that would get us by with what we need. Without requesting that maximum amount, there's no need to pay interest on the extra, just have it there. So, and to put together a plan for 3 years would basically require us looking ahead and preparing those schedules for 3 years ahead with this one along with the next 3. And basically, I did that already, basing it on nothing changing, saying that we were going to spend exactly what we spent, the same. We're not going to have any increases, and there could be things come our way that we can't control, like those state mandated increases for elected officials. Sometimes there are insurance increases yearly. We've been fortunate enough not to have one for this upcoming budget year, but if that increases, it could change what is required by the Affordable Care Act. That may make some decisions that have to be made there. But providing that we don't have anything unexpected within 3 years, yes, $1 million a year is basically what we need to gain. I think the 3-year cash flow at the end of 3 years yielded around $2.8 million. Our hopes was not to go for that full $3 million, let it sit at that 2.8, and with new purchasing policies we could possibly put in place, that we work to gain that extra little bit up to the $3 million or even beyond maybe in savings to be able to get there quicker than 3 years.
And again, this is not a rainy day fund, it's not a surplus, it is sufficient operating capital. It's to make sure you've got enough money in the bank every year to pay your bills without borrowing money. Any other questions or discussion?
Based on what she's saying, though, 1.5 million is what's needed this year. Would not 1.5 million be what's needed next year if we're not changing the,
Yeah, we'll have to borrow that again next year too.
and the following year? But if you built up to 1.5, you've got the 1.5 there that you want to borrow.
Well,
So why 3? Why is it set? Why are you setting it at 3?
when those schedules were prepared was when this budget proposal was prepared that would gain us the additional. So whenever you all decide on a budget and a tax levy, I'll be able to go back and prepare those schedules again if we need to adjust what's needed in 3 years.
But what I'm trying to say is if we're only needing a 1.5 each year, why do we need to build up to 3 million? Why not just 2? That gives us a 1.5 that we need. Instead, you're not going
to
to
$3 million.
do what?
I said the way we figured our cash flows for 3 years, it worked out to one.
That's the way the cash flows yield.
But if you don't need the $3 million, why build it up to 3 million over 3 years? Why don't you stop at 2?
That would be a decision you guys could make. And I did ask that question to the state, what is that number? Could they give me a number? And they said it would be up to this body to decide what's sufficient for you all. So if $2 million is sufficient for you all, if in 3 years we got to $2 million and we were no longer having to borrow to get by, then that would be sufficient.
Well, part of it's going to be based on down the road, if you add on the wheel tax or add on the sales tax again, that brings in your monthly cash flow.
Yes, it
So
would have effect on that.
If you add them on, you need 1.5 million, 1.6 million this year to make ends meet by what I've looked at. And if you add on the wheel tax, depending on what the amount is, if it's $50, you drop down to 1.1 million is all you need.
Any additional revenue would have an effect on that, yes.
So why build up to 3 when you don't need 3 is the thing. Why do you have to build up to 3 within 3 years if you don't need?
I understood her to say that it's up to us.
It is that.
She brought that, it's up to
And
us.
also remember, well, they've not gave us any direction on this, so we may turn in $2 million and they may turn it down. We're going off what we feel is our best bet is $3 million.
Can't be assured of a wheel tax either.
No, and they will not approve our budget based on the hope that a wheel tax passes.
But the key word on this right here is anticipation. Anticipation is what's got us in this mess right now.
Do what now?
I said, the key word is anticipation.
Anticipate what?
What you're gonna bring in. That's why we're in this mess now.
Exactly. I mean, we
Everybody set these
have
budgets up on anticipation, and it didn't come in. That's why we're asking these folks for 59 cents pencil tax. If we don't meet it, like Mr. Bass said, if you don't meet it, or if we do meet it, can we take the property tax back off of it?
Yes, if we pass other revenue sources, yes. Nobody said we couldn't. We can't this year because they won't approve a budget based off the hope that a wheel tax passes.
But trying to get $3 million is like playing a lottery.
Okay, then make it 2, and we'll see if they'll approve it. That's up to you. You have the correct action report in your hand.
Do we have any numbers based off of what it would be for 2 million?
We'd have to run those cash flows again.
I guess when this was originally put forth, you said it was based on the budget as it was with no increases for the next however many years.
Right. That's no employee raises, that's no helping on insurance, that's no automobiles, cars bought, ambulances bought, anything, that's nothing. That is based on what spending today.
Well, that's
And it was
unrealistic.
prepared, keep in mind, during budget talk sessions time, not after this body has met and done any actions. So
And no decreases or anything like that either.
that's right.
Well, that's unrealistic. That's gonna get us back in the mess that we're in now. I mean,
So I'm saying, yeah,
things are gonna break.
got $90,000.
I mean, we're gonna ask our officers to hop up on their hands and walk. I mean, when police cars go bad, if we don't plan to buy them, we're doing no better than what the previous did. We're gonna have to buy those things, whether we like it or not.
Right, and at that point in time, we would hopefully have enough cash in a year or two that we could pay for those in cash.
Yeah. Or we can keep borrowing and make our debt even more than what it is now.
Any other questions?
So, just tonight, we need to have some kind of like a sense that we read it, and will we have to call a special meeting or something?
Well, no, part of that corrective action plan will be a meeting in August.
Well, I haven't read it yet. I'll look.
We can have to call a special call in August to set the month right with the start.
I guess Brandon, we need to pass a resolution changing our meeting dates, correct?
No, just call a special
Special
call
call.
meeting in August. The only thing we're asking, or my recommendation is for this body to do, is to at least acknowledge that you received the July 3rd correspondence, in which I trust that all of you have at this point. At that point, I can correspond with Mr. Queen, Ms. Thompson, and just let them know that this body has done that you have been presented a form of a resolution, albeit upon my recommendation. It is not being passed because obviously that's not fair to you to have that, because there's a lot of thought that needs to go in this. We have until August 19th, so I encourage each one of you to study it out. If you have suggestions, proposals, just email me, and we can get it in the final form for your approval sometime in August, maybe later this month. But all I'm asking is, and recommending to you, is if you just at least acknowledge that, and that way I can write that letter so we can get the trans note taken care of for that immediate need for the funds for what we need for outgoing expenditures right now. Anybody have any questions about that?
Yes, sir.
So what I'm getting at, we need a motion to acknowledge that we have received the corrective action plan, that we intend to pass one by August.
Right, and that you would acknowledge the letter and that you approve at least a form of that. You don't know what that is, you don't know what that's fleshed out, but at least have something in the motion that says we're going to do this, we will comply. And that's what you'll
I'll make
need.
the motion, but I may want to make sure I'm making it correct. I'll make the motion that we acknowledge the corrective action plan and we intend to approve one, a special call August meeting.
Second.
Motion by Joey, second by Shannon. Any further discussion?
Do we need to go ahead and set the meeting?
Probably not a bad idea.
Just set the second Monday in August. so it's-
Second Monday in August would be the 12th.
Mr. Better, will that be enough time?
Yes.
So your motion is acknowledging the receipt of this and calling for a special call meeting on August 12th. Is that correct?
Yes, so far.
7 o'clock?
7 o'clock. You got the motion? All right. We will do a roll call on this one. It has to do with our cash balance.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Freddie Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Haskell,
Yes.
Shannon Michie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumay,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Banks,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Heston Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
24-0. Motion passes. All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on to item number 12. It is the discussion of the 2019-2020 budget. All right, so how we got here tonight to discuss what we're going to discuss. Budget Finance spent about 80 hours from the last of March until the end of June meeting and deliberating this budget. They came up with budget that you voted on or voted down last week or 2 weeks ago tonight, 11 to 12. That budget at that point in time was a $1.2 million shortfall. So that in turn, and some have asked how the 59 cents was originated. Well, that $1.2 million shortfall generated somewhere around a 30 to 31 cent property tax increase to create that, to fix that budget shortfall. And then we also just discussed this cash balance report. So that would added another 26 cents to that. 27 cents to let it, 27 basically, 54. And then also at that point in time, Budget Finance recommended that we put 5 cents towards capital projects. And that 5 cents of the capital projects budget would go to fund future capital purchases for ambulances, police cars, and any other capital expenses that we may incur that would take care of that, and we would have the cash to pay for them and not have to borrow the money on short-term notes, capital outlays to buy that. That is how that 59 cents originated. There have been some things that's been asked and ideas put out there, some good, some bad, some, there's been, the idea of borrowing money on the line of credit. Legally, we cannot do that. Mr. Preller, is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. It has been stated that the state will not come in. I think you read that letter. And yes, they will come in and make cuts where they make cuts, but they will also raise revenue to get to where they need to be. It was stated that it was misconstrued what had been said by us about what the state required. I have told you since October that we had 3 years to fix this. Now, I don't take too kindly to somebody saying I'm using scare tactics and fear mongering. I do not do that. I did not do that. I spoke the truth every time I talked to y'all. And every one of y'all knows that. I don't deal in fear-mongering and scare tactics. That's not how I operate. I was raised to tell the truth, and I've told the truth. This is not how we operate in this county. It never has been. I was asked all last summer, are you a Republican or a Democrat? And I say it does not matter at the county level. We don't fight the same battles that Washington, D.C. or Nashville, Tennessee face. But we have sure got into the mud of slinging just like they do. And that's not how we operate in this county. It never has been. We have let people come in here and destroy relationships and trust that has been built over a lifetime.
Right, amen.
That is wrong. That's not how we operate in Smith County, Tennessee. I was at the plaque unveiling of where the Bennett train crash was yesterday, and I read that story about how this county came together and helped that family. 5,000 to 7,000 people at a cemetery for a burial. Counties, people coming across the county to help with the wreckage and those things. That's what we do.
That's right.
We don't turn on ourselves to try to listen to people trying to push a political agenda.
That's right.
It don't matter if we're Republicans, Democrats, or Libertarians. We're Smith Countyans.
Amen.
If you think that I did this to try to raise your property taxes 59 cents, you're wrong.
That's right.
You think I wanted to do this? No. I was handed a problem, and I'm trying to fix it. I don't like it, and I don't want to do it. But I don't have a choice at this moment.
That's right. That's right. Please.
Send them out.
And I'm sorry that I've got a little passionate about this. But when I look at these 24 people and I know what they've been through these past 2 or 3 weeks, I have as well, their families, their friends, people, their character's been assailed. It's not right. That's not how we act in this county. We've never acted this way. Why are we going to let somebody trying to push a political party for ballot access and a voice to do this to us? Now, it ain't fun to have to pass a tax increase, and I hope tonight we go through this budget and we can find enough cuts to get away from that. But the sad reality is I don't think it can happen because I've said this in the past week at the fair. Government has a really good way of doing things. They pass and they get bigger, and then they put a scotch behind them where you cannot pull that back. By laws, by statutes, by grants. There's something tied to it where you cannot pull it back. Everybody's thrown out grants. Well, grants are great for some things, but grants is part of what got us into this trouble sometimes. You can't get a grant for operating income. You can get a grant for a special project, and we had one of those and turned it back in because it was going to cost us more money. So we turned that back. And some of this stuff that has been proposed to cut, we'll get into tonight, is tied to grants and lease agreements that we can't get out of.
That's right.
Now, to think that Budget and Finance spent 80 hours trying to just pass a 59 cents property tax increase is wrong. They did. They worked and dug and tried to find a way to not do this. So I hope tonight, when we go through this budget, that we can find a way to cut that somehow. But do not let us think that they didn't do their due diligence and they sat somewhere and just came up with a 59 cent number. That's not how this happened. A lot of you were there and you had the opportunity to speak and you didn't bring any of these ideas out. You sat there and agreed and then all of a sudden you were against it.
Yeah.
8 of you passed it as a resolution to be a recommendation. And 4 of you voted against it. And that's fine. But just remember, we're going to go through this budget tonight. And we're going to talk about the cuts that you want to make. And then we're going to find out what we can and cannot cut. I love my job. I want to be your mayor. But I got to do what I'm forced to do. And I don't, like I said, you think I want to put a 59-cent tax increase on the farmers and the business owners and the senior citizens and the working couples of this family? I don't. But right now, I don't have a choice. Unless you 24 can find something tonight. It's been said if it was tied that I would cast the deciding vote. It's not my duty to pass a budget. If you tie it up, I'm not breaking that tie. You fix it and you find a way so that 13 of you can agree on it. Tonight, when you make budget amendments and you've decided to cut, I'm not breaking that tie. It's not right for me to break a tie or approve a budget that I have to manage. So that's how we got here. That's where we're at. Tonight's plan is we're going to take your budget. All of you have a copy of the budget was presented last Tuesday night, or last Monday night, or 24th. If you don't, we'll... Daisy?
Can I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bass, I wanted the opportunity to address your question again about what we need as far as fixing our cash balance. When I pulled my cash flows up that I prepared, it shows for, now, keep in mind, I did say this was based off of the 59 cents that was put together by the budget committee. The first year, that would allow us to have a need of 1.3 million to be borrowed in the 19, no, this year, the 19-20 year, we're in it already. It would give us that range that I said of 1.4 to 1.8 that we would need to borrow and could get approval for. Within one more year, it would get us within the range of a need of around 500,000 with the amount up to 900,000 that could be approved by state multi-finance. And within year 3, you would arrive at not necessarily having a need, you would have $495,000 to the good of that need that would allow for those unexpected contingencies and the insurance deductibles that were mentioned in the letter. So I just want to address why that number was thrown out there to be 3 million, and I think I mentioned around 2.8, but it would actually have us ending at 2.985.
If you got 2.985 and you only need to borrow, I mean, we're looking at 1.4 or 5 that we're borrowing this year.
Yes, sir.
You've got 2.9 built up in your balance.
At the end of 3 years.
At the end of 3 years, you wouldn't have to borrow.
That's correct.
You've got $1 million more than you need in, or
Exactly.
$1.3 million more than you need in.
You have to prove to state level finance with the plan, my understanding for that, from that letter, is that within 3 years, you would have sufficient cash to
keep
meet
from
your
borrowing
needs,
money.
plus be to the good enough to meet unexpected contingencies. So this would get us $500,000 to the other side. I'm not sure I'm understanding if you have more questions
Looks
than
like
that.
if you got 2.8 in there, it should get you $1.2
Beyond
million
that.
beyond.
Beyond that, I would
that.
agree. That is their format of a cash flow that they require that makes those calculations for us. To change anything beyond that, we could request that. And like we said, this is based off of this. If you guys decide that it's sufficient cash below that 2.9, I mean, I'm not the one that would have to say that was right or wrong. That would be at their approval once you all had an agreement.
But we don't want to be back in this situation in 3 years where we got to raise property taxes again, do we?
Get a cushion. Get a cushion.
Does anybody want to go through what we went through the last 6 months again?
No, sir. Mayor
But
Mason,
that's one reason you got in the problem is because it's been how many years since you've had a tax increase? Okay.
Exactly.
3 years might be too long to go before you have to do a tax increase a little bit.
Exactly. I mean, things are going to go up, and that million may go. I mean, we sit here knowing tonight we've not funded stuff in this budget that needs to be done. There's things that just has to be done that we have not even funded, that we're hoping that don't break.
Mayor Mason,
Yes, sir.
would now be appropriate time if we had a motion to potentially cut something? Would you
We're going to
entertain a
go through the budget, and then
motion?
you're
We're
going
going
to
to
make
go
that
line item by
motion.
line item? or-
Yes, no, category by category, we can't go line item by line item. You can cut appropriations, you can't cut line items. And again, we're gonna go through this tonight, and there's gonna be some type of property tax increase presented. I feel comfortable in that, knowing that. I mean, y'all may find $2 million to cut out of this. If you do, great. If not, there's gonna be some kind of increase. But what I'm asking you right now, as a county commission and as the citizens of this county, is believe in us, believe in me, give me 1 year of this tax increase to fix this problem, to find those efficiency items that we can do and do better. And then, next year, put something in place that generates more revenue and let us you guys pull back that property tax increase. You get to set the tax levy every year.
That's
You
right.
can pull it to whatever you want it every year. Remember that. This 59 cents or whatever it comes up to be is 1 year. You can redo it next year when we look at this and things go better. My goal, and we've talked about this, is right now, if we pass it, we're going to have somewhere around $850,000 fund balance. I believe through our management and ratcheting our screws down on what we spend and finding inefficiencies and fixing that we can get that over $1 million the first year. And then we can look at it next year and pull that property tax back if we give the people a chance to vote on other tax revenues. But you got to trust me one time to do this. And then next year, I will implore and work hard that you guys pull this back.
That's right.
So, any other discussion before we get into the line items of the budget? I'm staking my reputation on this, and if I don't do what I've said, then you deserve to vote me out of here, because I haven't fixed this problem. But don't vote me out over a tax increase. Vote me out if I haven't fixed the problem. All right. We'll go to the budget, starting on the very first page. Revenues. Daisy, you want to address what revenues we have today? And what our revenues are for this budget?
The revenues that you have in the budget there are based off of 3-year actuals. We looked at trends in especially categories like contract prisoner board. We know that's been trending down. We didn't want to get overestimate that anywhere, so we came down with that, settled on around, I believe it was either 40 or 43 inmates, which is close to what I believe currently around about there. So we did account for, because of the sales tax repeal, somewhere around, I think it was $175,000 or so, possible loss to the general fund. We really won't know for sure what that firm number is that we'll lose until that actually comes in for a year. I worked with Lynn on what that would look like.
Daisy, but you get your mic somewhere, because it's kind of hard to hear you.
Yeah. I'll repeat that. We went off of 3-year actuals. We did adjustments down on the contract prisoner board. We did an adjustment down based off of 3-year actuals in the ambulance service for patient charges. We adjusted, did I mention the sales tax already? I don't know if you heard that part. Just an estimate to what we think it will look like for the general fund. We will not know what that is till a year, so that'll be one of those things when you're monitoring that we'll look at closely to see exactly how that is looking. But 3-year actuals on average is what we based these projections on. Any questions about any of that? In the monitoring, I hope to provide you with a new kind of cash flow. I want to design one that will take revenue by category and allow you guys to see exactly how it flows from each source from month to month, so that we can better monitor that and track it. You'll see exactly how it's coming in.
On your sources of revenue, what you show is what you expect to bring in.
It is $11,644,180. Found on page 61.
Daisy, is that that revenue is with the tax levy?
I'm sorry, yes, you're correct. That's based off of this.
We're going to go back to our original, which was the May 30th copy. It showed revenues at $10,534,478. Is that correct? 9766.
$9,766,606.
That's the revenues we have to work with.
Repeat that, Jim, Mr. Mayor.
Do what?
Repeat that number.
$9,766,606. So with that, you've got to check out our debt service, which we have to pay. And Daisy, you did some recalculations of that because we took some of the education debt service out, moved that money, and then we also moved some pennies over to cover that $441,000 transfer from the jail, correct?
That's right.
So that total of debt service is, what would that be?
The debt service pennies,
Well, just the total where we can,
property tax, we
Yep.
would need to collect is $1,019,143.
let me say that again.
$1,019,143.
So you subtract that from the 977,606, correct?
That's all 26 cents that would need to go in there.
Okay.
That debt service revenue for property taxes found on page 123.
So that brings you down to $7,770,000, correct? After debt service is paid, David?
No, debt service is already accounted for on page 123.
Okay, so
It's
that
already in there.
okay, so the 9,000, all right. So what else accounted for that 9,766,606?
Are you wanting to know how many pennies of property tax that?
Well, what I want to know is how much money have we got, what is our true revenue for our 101 budget, which is what we're working on now?
That would be that amount, because that takes you back to your already rate,
Okay,
your
that's what I want.
current rate.
Okay. All right,
So, clarification, what number are we working on?
$9,766,606. Okay. Now, you have before you that budget that was presented on June 24th. We can amend this budget as we go down. All right, the first one up is the county commission, and it has already been amended down to the state minimum for budget and finance. Mr. Chairman, is that your statement? Okay. So there is nothing else that we can pull out of that.
That figure ain't right. If we're gonna have to meet 12 months, then we're gonna have to raise it back. That just accounts for 7 meetings.
Okay.
So that's gonna have to be increased. If we're gonna meet 12 months of the year, isn't that what this says?
5 meetings, 5 additional meetings. Yeah.
So you're gonna have to add 5 meetings to
Yeah,
that.
add it back. Add it over.
And that's, 5 for all 24 of us.
That would add $3,000
Yeah.
plus Social Security.
So that new budget total, what'd you say Social Security was?
$230.
3233? That was just, that would be the total? 3230, sorry. So add 3230, that 133.
What about budget committee? We're gonna have to meet any more because of this corrective action plan?
No, we'd still have one meeting every other meeting from the commission meeting.
Yeah, that shouldn't change.
It'll be on the same night as the workshop.
I got a question about that. As long as we have a budget meeting at the same night, it would still only be one meeting, is why that would be correct.
Mr. Mayor, will this affect any other committees that meet? Will this affect any?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can see that,
Because we have several committees, I'm just curious to know what that number will change it. Very much.
I would think it will. And we already know we're lean, we can't amend, so.
I got a suggestion, Lord. Some of you step up and do like I do. I volunteered, I don't get a penny for this position. And I have.
Well, state says we have to pay you $25 from me.
I don't get no money. I signed a letter off.
Okay.
I'd like for him to explain that why he don't get any money. Could he do that?
Because I volunteered,
Strictly volunteer?
strictly volunteer. As a matter of fact, every time I come to one of these meetings, it costs me gas money and wear and tear.
Well, isn't that an agreement that you have with the county because of the disability requirement? You don't accept that additional amount?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's reportable income.
Thank you.
So, y'all tell me what's the number you want to add to it to cover other additional. Doesn't mean we have to spend it, but it covers you, it's on paper as an estimate.
Well, I mean, we need to budget for the extra meetings.
Well, we've already did that, but I mean, as far as committee meetings,
If I can speak to that, that comes out of line 199, other per diems. We've currently only spent $3,100 as of when this report was run. So my thought would be you have between the $3,100 and the original budget of $5,400 for any additional meetings that it might cost. So I don't think that there's necessarily a need to add more for that. Just my opinion.
that's true. But we do need to account for the other 5 meetings full session.
Yes.
Okay. And you're gonna keep a running total of that, correct, Daisy?
Yes.
All right. Okay, any other discussion on this budget?
So we're gonna meet every month, right? Okay. Plus our meetings if we're on the board, on the committees.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other discussion? I'd entertain a motion to approve this budget.
So remember, county commissions, is what you're.
Yes.
County
County Commission budget.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion to approve and seconded to go to the County Commission. Any other discussion? All right, roll call. Daisy.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reed,
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Pritz,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumake,
Yes.
Ron Callen,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Bobby McKinney,
Yes.
Robert Knapple,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Bain,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay, so that budget will increase. All right, next is the Board of Equalization. Mr. Terry Collins, that budget cannot be cut, correct?
That is correct. We're required by the state of Tennessee to have 5 members on that board. They meet in the month of June in order, if somebody has a complaint, thinks my appraisal's too high, then they can come before that board. Of course, there are more steps on down the road, which would be the State Board of Equalization, the Assessment Appeals Commission, Administrative Law Judge, that if you wanted to appeal that, we don't have the option of saying, okay, we're not going to do an equalization board. We can, if we cut that, then we will be held in non-compliance, which is not a good place to be.
Is this an unfunded mandate?
Yes.
Heard Mr. Collins, make a motion to approve or cut this budget.
Motion to approve.
Second by Chance. Second by Justin Delahaye. We have a motion and a second on this budget. Is there any discussion?
So we're gonna sit here tonight and go through each one of these budgets this full
Yes, sir.
session.
Yes, sir.
What's the point of having a budget committee?
Understood. Okay. Is there any, I see what you're saying, but is there any discussion on this budget?
Is that paid, set by the state, or is that like, is that paid?
No, we are required by the state to go to Cookville to training. They have 6 days that they're required to meet, 5 in the office, and then 1 where we go to Cookville for the training that is now required by the state of Tennessee. Used to, it was optional, but now it is, every member must attend, or through CTAS, they must view the presentation, which is roughly about 3.5 hours.
Any other discussion? I have a motion and a second to approve. Roll call, Stacy.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese.
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greg Hardy,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Donald Pascal,
Yes.
Shannon Michie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Ron Callen,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Toby McKinney,
Yes.
Robert Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Bain,
Yes.
Joey Nixon, Janice Hackett,
Yes.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross, Frank Whitter. Did you say yes, Frank?
Motion passes, that budget is approved. Next is the county mayor executive, that is my budget. The salary in that item is set by the state based on our population. That is the state minimum that is to be paid, whether it be me or anybody else sitting in this chair. By my statutes, I am allowed to have an executive assistant that can help me with my schedule and any other executive and administrative duties. I have $1,000 in my travel budget. I am willing to take that out and pay for all my travels and conferences out of my own dime. Now, that may mean that there are times that I don't go to a conference that I need to go to because I don't have the funds myself, but I am more than willing to give that up. We can cut our office supplies, but you're talking about our paper and stuff like that for these meetings where we print off the agendas. We have worked to try to go paperless with emails, but that's not been as widely accepted yet as we thought so. So I don't see ways to do that.
I make a motion, we approve this budget as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second as the budget as presented. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I got a question, and I'll just throw it out there, because it's gonna cover a lot of departments. It's on the overtime part of a lot of departments. We spent over $568,180 on overtime countywide. In some instances, if a person works 2 hours over today, I mean, I hate to cut anybody out of any money, but if they work, say, 10 hours a day, could they work 6 tomorrow and not get the overtime?
When it comes to time cards, that becomes an issue on that, if I'm correct, Mr. Bellin. I have asked that same question and been told that you cannot do that. There's certain laws and the way time cards are tracked. Is that correct, Mr. Bellin?
I believe that's correct.
We can check on that. I don't have a problem doing that. I think it's a great idea. I'm sure Stacy would.
I mean, it's not, I mean,
Stacy
your department's a minor one compared to a lot of the other ones,
Yeah.
but I mean,
Well, I mean,
you
that's.
gotta be frugal.
Right, we can manage that in a better way. Now, we can roll a lot of that into comp time, but comp time becomes a liability at one point in time, because you've got a lot of money on the books, and if someone was to quit or be fired, we would have to pay that out. And that's one of those things that we brought up in the last personnel policy meeting that scared me to death, the liability along with comp time. So, I mean, if you want to cut the overtime out of my office, we'll make it work somehow. But, you know,
I mean, it's not only your office, I mean, it's gonna have to be a.
there's federal, there's law, there's
Yeah.
labor laws involved in that. I mean, would Nissan let you do that?
I don't know how to, I mean, at times, yes, they do. I mean,
I'm sure, Stacy, you can take that
a
deal.
lot of people, a lot of companies will do that. If you work 10 hours a day, they'll let you off,
Yeah,
you know.
well, I mean, you work 14, you're off on Friday.
I mean,
I don't have a problem with
I
that.
think on comp time, they only allow you to build up a certain amount before the director or whoever's in charge of that department is supposed to say, you've got too much time, you need to take so many hours off.
Right.
You know, I think it's 240 for regular and 480 for EMS and police.
Because we didn't get fined with that at one time.
I would do that. That's why I was gonna say back years ago, some of the older commissioners, remember this, we had some employees that had astronomical amount of comp
It's
time.
scary.
And when they resigned and stuff, the county had to write out some big checks.
Yeah, and
that really hurt the budget on that.
Yeah,
But
exactly. That's part of that $3 million that comes in, is you pay that out.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, we set it at 480 hours,
That's what Mr. Bass just said.
on the comp time, which law enforcement, they don't get overtime, sheriff, or after 43 hours, right, a week, 86 hours for pay period. So they, up to 43 hours, law enforcement, they have to take straight time, they don't get time and a half.
480 hours is still a big number.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Chairman, let's vote.
Well,
Just,
I was gonna ask if you'd consider, maybe just instead of getting rid of travel pay completely, cutting it any?
sure. I'll do whatever y'all ask. Well, wait, the motion, so you're amending Kobe's
So
motion?
I would amend the motion that we approve this specific budget with,
You got a motion and a second on the table.
Right, so she's
and
asking
I would
to
amend
amend.
that motion to,
He's gonna have to amend it. Or
Kobe's gonna have to amend his motion.
I don't want to.
I think I can amend it, make a motion to amend it, and somebody can second my motion to amend,
Okay.
and then we would vote on the
I
motion
mean,
to amend.
it's for you going to conferences.
Correct.
You mayor. I feel like it is in the best interest of this county for you to travel, to go to those conferences, to get as educated as you can on being a county mayor, so that we don't get any more messes than we're already in. It's $1,000
And it's
for
been-
travel.
Right.
Now,
been
it's your
good thing.
discretion whether you use that $1,000. Correct?
Correct. I don't have to use it all, no. It's just a budget on paper. I will pay for it where I can. But back to you, Ms. Abel, if you would like to amend that motion.
I would like to make a motion to amend the motion, to approve the amount in minus 500.
Second. No second? Motion, your motion fails. Back to the original motion. Mr. Kobe made the motion to approve as written, and Jimmy Winfrey seconded. So any other discussion on that motion? All right, we'll take a roll call. Stacy?
Shannon Green,
yes.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Gibbons,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Shannon Meachie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
No?
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Vane,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yeah.
23-1, motion passes. Next one is county attorney. Brandon Beller has already cut that to $25,000 in this budget. That's a pretty fair number, I believe, on that. We lean on him a lot with these county commission meetings and such for those things. If Mr. Beller would like to address his budget, that'll be fine. If not, we'll. All right.
I make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
I have a motion to Toby McKinney, and a second by, is that you, Chaz? Joey. Okay. All right, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Just want to note that that was reduced from 35,000 to 25,000 for this budget year.
Yes, sir. Any other discussion? All right, roll call, Stacy.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Fritz, Colin Pascal,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Vane,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
Yeah. All right, next item is the election commission. The election commission is one of those budgets that fall under maintenance effort that cannot be reduced. It bounces from year to year depending on whether there is an election and how many elections. But you cannot, my understanding, you cannot cut that budget. Is that a true statement, Mr. Bell?
It is one of the categories of maintenance of effort. There are several of those that exist, there are 5 of them, but for the purposes of tonight, library board, the election commission, sheriff's department fall into those categories of maintenance of effort. Highway departments and schools, you have other categories.
They're not part of this one?
But they're not part of the 101 fund.
All right, so the election commission budget is there for,
Got a question, Chairman. The SPC, Daisy, is that for special call election that was going to occur in Gordon? That's not going to occur now, correct? I'm assuming that's
That would be
revenue
money in
expenditures that evens out.
yeah, that's when you went in.
The revenue for that is located in 46,960. I did speak with Vaughn about that. There have been costs that were incurred because of the special election being prepared for it, so some of that will be used and reimbursed in that category.
But it will be zero cost to Smith County. It will
That's
all-
correct.
Okay.
All right, motion to approve or cut.
Approved.
Second.
Chaz, motion approved. Mr. Braun, you second? All right, I have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? Do what? Yes. No, but we're just approving the budget. No other discussion, we will take a roll call, Stacy.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Fritz,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Toby McKinney,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Vane,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
next one up is register of deeds. Total budget for register of deeds is $176,677.
Is she here?
Yeah.
Yes. Julian? Wait, I'll take a motion to cut or approve this budget. And then we'll ask her questions.
Motion to approve is presented.
Second.
Second.
Motion approved by Joey, who made second? Tom Bain. All right. Any discussion or any questions for Ms. Malone?
It's more a question towards you, I guess. On the office supply parts where, you know, it shows increases, that could possibly go down if we go to Streamline, correct?
Correct.
Streamline being going to one supplier for all paper.
Centralized purchase.
Yep.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
all this can change, everybody's budget can change with this.
Correct. That's what I was talking about earlier. We can find the inefficiencies and the way we can be better and more.
Are we going to put that in a motion to put that in place? Or,
It's part of the 57 Act, we just have to implement it. It's already, the 57 Act of the county has already been approved, we just have to. Now, there will be a cost involved in that, so when we do that, we will have to bring you a budget for that. We don't have that ready tonight. Because you're going to basically have to build a cage and have someone man that cage, just like you would with Nissan. If you needed something, you go swap your card and pull out what you need and extract. I have a motion and a second. Any other questions for Ms. Malone or any discussion? We have a motion and a second. No other, Ms. Linda, did you have anything?
No, it's fine.
All right. All right, roll call, Stacy.
Shannon Green,
yes.
Glenn Reese.
Yes.
Terry Gibbons,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Grady Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Tom Haskell,
Yes.
Shannon Michie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Chloe McKinney,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Bain,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yeah.
Motion, that budget passes 24. Okay. The next two are planning and codes compliance. They fall under my direct supervision. That goes along with they are here for zoning compliance. They work with the planning for tracking up farms, subdivisions of property, a lot of stuff like that. Some of this, you'll see there's contracts with government agency. That's what we contract with with the development district for a planner that does our planning work for us. Also in this budget are road signs that we take care of in our county. Every time a road sign gets stolen, knocked down, we have money in there to repair that and replace that. We have a printer that makes those signs. We do all that in-house. That's I would make anyone having a motion to approve cuts in this budget.
Motion to approve as is.
Second.
We're doing the planning and the coaching. We're combining those budgets because it's all in the same office. That was Terry the second, Chancellor. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Anyway, cut some of it as far as advertising. I mean, they're small amounts, but You know what I'm saying?
Sonia, would you care to speak to those?
Sheet calculated, just so everybody got a good idea of the revenues that are coming in our office.
The advertising, Mr. Chairman, that he's speaking of is legal notices.
Yes. And we also have,
They have to be paid.
yes, and we have a planning commission that is paid, and we also have a board of zoning appeals that is paid out of these budgets.
So what you see here is advertising on, I mean, if you wanted to cut half of it, that's fine with me, and, but if we end up having,
You can't, because we have to post meeting notices.
I understand, but if we come to the point that I was gonna go over that cutting it in half, I would have to do a budget amendment to get it in there. This
That's the
is
reason we're in the mess now, is because we're not budgeting realistic numbers.
Correct.
Have we got a motion to second on
Wes
this?
wants to give us free advertising in Courier.
Yeah, it's highly unlikely. Have we got a motion to second on this?
Yes.
Well, you can see that there's revenue that comes in and offsets the cost of this office.
You call the motion there.
I'm
Mr. Chairman, I
close
call
to
for the vote.
revenue covering my expenses.
So it's very small. Very small. It's revenue in that covers that.
And I hope everyone can see what the contracts with government agencies like 309 is. That's actually, it's nothing I spend, it's the revenue that I'm bringing in because I'm the issuing agent for the state for the codes inspections for each building permit that I do. Once that revenue comes in and I deposit through the trustee's office monthly, I do a issuing agent report and send all the funds down to the state. Now, each one, we subtract $15 for, basically is what the county gets for me processing that for them. Back around 2008 or 9, we decided instead of hiring an engineer to do our codes inspections, we decided to use the state, and the planning office would be an issuing agent for them to process and get the ball rolling for their paperwork. And I explain everything to the customers of what they need to do after they leave my office to report in and schedule all their inspections and so forth. So this line item is actually revenue that's coming in. And I believe the report that you're looking at there, you're not even seeing the final numbers for what I ended up bringing in through the end of June. We had a cutoff deadline of 2 o'clock with the trustee's office of what could be brought in and put in the June 2018-19 revenues. So that still is, I believe, instead of as a payable, we still got to pay them their final check. So that number is going to change, and you see on here the total amount that we received from the state. I mean, for state permits for codes inspections, $35,850. We'll deduct out $950, which the county will get. I never bring that back over and put it in my budget. So we'll end up paying them $34,935. Also, any signs that I'm making, bringing in revenue or whatever, when it's, of course, the budget takes care of street signs and so forth, but anything extra that I'm having to build for, like we just got through with one wellness center initiative for the walking trails. That actually, that check, it was cut hit her grant perfectly for the 2018-19 budget, but it got to me in the first week of July, so I didn't get the deposit in last year, but I still counted it. In none of these items do I ask for that money to go back in our budget. It just goes to the back to fund balance.
Yes. Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
On that deal, Sonny, when's your cutoff date?
The last day of the fiscal
Where
year.
you said you cut off that,
It was Friday.
at 2 o'clock?
At 2 o'clock on Friday.
Okay.
That was because they have to make their deposit, and I don't believe that bank is open on Saturday or something like that, so they cut it off in enough time to get all their stuff together and get the deposit in.
There's a lady standing out there in that hallway, I think, she called me Saturday. and
Wait
they-
a minute. This is a different conversation. We'll go down, you can talk to her later about that. This is about the budget.
Well, this concerns the budget.
Okay.
All right, under advertising, was it advertised that she was gonna be closed at 2 o'clock? Yeah.
We weren't closed, we were open over. I'm
You
talking
are-
about the trustee's office
No,
for deposit.
You said that you kept, that you quit accepting money at 2 o'clock, right?
No, for this fiscal year. If we accepted money after that, it would just be on the 2019-20 budget year.
Any other discussion? Roll call, Stacy.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Jim Reese,
Yes.
Terry Gibbons,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Brenda Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Shannon Hinchey,
Yes.
Erica Ebel,
Yes.
Ronnie Schumate,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Toby McKee,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Vane,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Dustin Delahay,
Yes.
David Gross,
No.
Frank Woodard,
Yeah.
Budget passes 23-1. All right, next is county buildings. Inside, this is a budget that I maintain. This is my maintenance and cleaning department. We did make, the original presented budget to budget finance was $160,000 on maintenance and repair services. We cut, that was my plan for that was we were going to convert all our county buildings over to LED and save those energy savings to offset some energy costs. But with the condition we're in, that's something we decided to pull back and not do this year. Well, actually, we decided to do maybe the Ag Center, and see if we could improve more of the savings. But this was one of those budgets that when I first got here, we were amending, so it had never had enough money in it. We have managed that we spent $151,000 last year. Estimated budget through June was $115,000. So we did pull that back a lot by saying no. We can pull that 140 back some more if that's the will of this body. I will work with whatever you give me. Up at the top, you see the deputies, that's 3 maintenance men and 2 cleaning personnel. We did have, when I took office, we had 4 maintenance personnel, one of those being a part-time, and we had 3 cleaning people. We at that point in time, we lost the part-time personnel, we did not hire a person back, and we lost 1 cleaning personnel, we did not hire them back. We took that money and divvied up more responsibilities to everybody. So I've tried to reduce where I could reduce in my budget.
Mr. Chairman, can you list what all buildings would be included in that?
That would be.
That's a lot.
This would be the one that I'm trying to get back to Eugene, which is the jail he won't take. Turner Building, Historic Courthouse, Ag Center, South Carthage Complex. We mow at Lock 7, we mow part of the trails in South Carthage. We keep the grounds at the Ag Center. We keep the grounds up at the Ag Center. That is tied to a lease, correctly, Mr. Ballard? Is it not a lease agreement? that was
There's
made?
a lease agreement that goes to May 2024 with the school over our obligation to maintain that piece of property.
And that maintaining is upkeep of the grounds, the power.
All the utilities and, yes, sir.
Front Parish Ballpark. Now, I have some plan tonight to tell you, we can cut that budget and it'd be X. I'm not prepared to tell you that, but we have discussed some plans on how we fix that and kind of maybe get some of that off of us and let some of the other people pay for those services. But to tell you right here, right now, that we're prepared to cut that budget due to that, I can't. Because we don't have an agreement in place that the school board would take it back. That would have to go through their processes, and right now we're tied to that lease.
How much more longer is that lease, Mr. Mayor?
2024.
Okay, I'm sorry, missed that.
We'd have to approach them to renegotiate that at some point, that's what the mayor's talking about.
Mr. Mayor, I think I've done advised you as far as what we're spending, as far as the maintenance of Crown Parish Ballpark and those things like that. I have spoken with the superintendent, which that would be a total school board decision between the county and the school board to take that property back from that lease, but he would make a recommendation for them to take that property back.
If they work that. Okay. I mean, that's something that we can approach, and we can amend this budget down going forward in that case. Yes, sir, Mr. Gross.
Mr. Mayor, I've had a couple of people ask about the mowing and stuff, and they're wondering why we're not using more inmates for maintenance. Then instead of paying and stuff, that's been brought to my attention by a couple of people. I think inmates ought to be mowing, cleaning the turn building and stuff, hiring somebody to clean offices and stuff like that.
Now, there's some conditions that we have to really be careful with when we send an inmate crew out, correct, Sheriff?
That's correct.
We can't just turn inmates loose in the building cleaning.
No, sir. I wouldn't want to turn inmates loose in these offices over here and let them go do, you know, just like your office. You wouldn't want them in your office, cleaning your office. I wouldn't want them in mine. We have them in secure areas cleaning.
I know the literature is under an armed guard.
Yes,
But we could use them for mowing, couldn't we?
we do use them for mowing.
They mow this facility. They mow the convenience side.
Regardless if you use inmates or not, you still have to put a paid personnel with them.
Right. We still have to pay for the gas and upkeep of the mowers and that kind of stuff. It would offset some of the labor, the labor costs.
Mr. Chairman, do you have a motion?
I do not.
I make a motion, we approve this budget as presented.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second the comment. I'd like to second it and also kind of add to what you said. Give you a year to work this down and come back to us next year with all the changes you can make.
Okay. Now, one thing on this county buildings that we don't have in this budget and we've not budgeted for this year, the cooling tower at the historic courthouse is done. So the last quote I got was somewhere around $90,000 to replace that unit and make it to where it was computer controlled. Like I said, we've not got that budget in here. Mr. Keith we bought him a window air conditioner for his veteran services, and we may have to do that again on the archive side to keep those things cool for the weather. But as of right now, Mr. Bell, your springs could be trouble because it could be hot. It should be fine at Christmas for the heater, but the air conditioner is not going to work in spring right now. Now, if we are actively pursuing a grant to see what we can do to get to fix that. I have met with Virginia Alexander with the Beltland District on that to see what's out there. Mr. Martin Dudley, has also looked into that. So, like, that's part of that, we may be able to fix that and decrease some of that budget. I have a motion and a second to approve this budget. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, can you go more in depth on the uniforms?
That $600, that's, the $600 is based off an actual, because we had a lot, they had, before I came here, they lost 2 maintenance people and hired 2 more, so it turned the there was more uniforms bought through that, so we did cut that back to $600. Now, we could not have them, we could not replace their uniforms when they wear out. But part of that is a pair of shoes, or a pair of work boots for them as well. But we can pull, we pull that 600 out, I don't have a problem with it.
Now, y'all, the county furnishes the uniform, do not go through a uniform company, correct?
We go through, yes, no, it's not, they wash and launder their uniform. No, we do not do that. We buy them from Artwares over here. What we do, when we get a new, if we were to have the need for a new set of uniforms, we would go through those people.
So that's actual shirt, pants, and shoes.
Correct.
And what is one whole uniform cost, just one uniform?
Probably, Daisy, $150, count shoes.
I'll have to look and research that. I wasn't prepared for that information.
It's something we could look at and manage down.
Is it 5 sets for 5 days, or
Yes.
is it,
It's 5 shirts, 5 pair of pants, and a pair of boots.
like, cut it down to 3,
Yes.
save some?
I mean, moving forward, all departments need to be on notice that we need to try to do everything we can to save money.
Correct.
We can't continue to do business like we've been doing business.
That's what I've said since
And,
March.
I mean, in my opinion,
It's a culture change. And I
starting
think
today,
that
you've got a 12-month notice to save money as much as you can.
Yeah,
No, you and every department.
no, I agree. I mean, we cut uniforms out. I don't have a problem with it.
Let's
That was a
vote.
previous policy that they needed to match and look the same. As long as they get their work done, if they've got, I told my dad rather not wear Hawaiian shorts, but if they want to wear a t-shirt and shorts and mowing time, and I don't have a problem cutting that $600 out of this budget, or let us manage it out of it. It does not matter to me. If you want to cut it, cut it. It doesn't matter to me. And you spoke something there, yeah. We can't continue to do business. I mean, we've got to make, this is on paper, but at the end of the day, it's managed by what cash we have. So just because it's in your budget, elected officials, department heads, doesn't mean you get to spend it right away, because it's going to come in. We will rank priorities in what they need versus they want. Because just because if we get that note approved for the 1.5 days, that don't mean we get to spend $1.5 million this month. We will prorate that out and manage that down to the bare necessities.
Mr. Mayor, if we do that, that'll have to go through policy committee, won't it?
What's that?
Take away the uniforms. Is it in policy that they wear uniforms?
Pretty
sure.
It's not in their policy.
It's not in our policy, no. We take that one.
I have a question about, what is the communication line item? The 25,000?
That is all that's phone bills, cell phones.
From all the different.
Yeah, internet across all the buildings.
Is that under line item 307?
Yes, sir.
On these uniforms, back to the uniforms, that's one pair of boots every year, how many years do you supply a pair of boots?
We bought one pair last year. No, we bought 2 pairs. One guy left.
And how much are we paying for our fire boots?
I think we bought them for somewhere shy of $100 at Church Supply.
I know where I work at, I gotta have steel toes, and the last pair I bought cost me way over 200.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I was asking.
We try to manage that down as far as, they don't just get to go pick whatever they want, we try to manage that cost down.
Are they required to wear steel toes?
No.
Items 335, 336, and 338, were those what you were talking about with, to increase just based on actuals instead of having them run it all the time?
Correct.
Are they specific places, or they're labeled the same, but what is the difference between the three?
Betsy, I want to ask you that question better than I can.
335 is buildings, 336 is, one of them is vehicles and one of them is equipment. I think 336 is equipment. Is it 338, the vehicles?
And that's another one that we've talked about as far as vehicle maintenance. It's something we can combine our fleet maintenance down to one and possibly bring those costs down. Now, we do our county trucks, we do our own repairs and oil changes, tire rotation and all that. They do that themselves. They take it over to the Ag Center and do that themselves. And we currently have 2 trucks and they have another one they use. They can't use. And that's the tractor, there's a couple tractors at the Ag Center they use. Equipment would be the mowers. Eddie tried to get me to let him buy a belt the other day for one of the mowers and take an hour off, and I told him that was illegal, so. A $17 belt, but we didn't buy it. I mean, we've turned down a $4.49 point on a rebreaker too, so we have tightened the ratchet down on spending on that. The fair, they did work at the fair last week, but we will reimburse all that money from the fair.
Can we do away with uniforms and just supply like a name tag for the work?
Take the 600 out, if we have to, we can amend from somewhere else if we get to the point where we need a uniform. So you're making a motion to amend the budget to remove the uniform line?
Yes, sir.
I have a motion to amend this line item by $600 for uniforms.
We've already got a motion and a second on the floor.
I know, but we're going back to what we did before, where we they can make a motion to amend.
You're amending the motion, the original motion.
And making a motion to amend that motion, minus $600 in this budget for uniforms. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All right, so the motion is to approve the budget minus $600, which makes it. Vote on the amendment first. Okay. All right, all right. Vote on the amendment, Casey, or Stacy, give us a roll call on the amendment.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reed,
No.
Terry Givens,
No.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Grady Kirby,
No.
Jason Stewart,
No.
Jimmy Winfrey,
No.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Shannon Michie,
No.
Erica Ebel,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
No.
Ron Cowan,
No.
Linda Nixon,
No.
Toby McKinney,
No.
Barbara Knappel,
No.
Charles Kent,
No.
Bill Reese,
No.
Tommy Vane,
No.
Joey Nixon,
No.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Dustin Dillahay,
No.
David Gross,
No.
Frank Woodard,
No.
Motion to amend files 18 to 6. Fails. 18 to 6. All right, back to the original motion of approving the budget as written. We had a first made by Mr. Jimmy Winker, second by Joey Nixon. Any other discussion on this budget? Stacy, you ready for a roll call?
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese.
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Fritz, Dalton Haskell,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle, no. Ron Schumake,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Bain,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
No.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
Motion, or budget for passed 22-2. And again, we will work to keep that budget way down. Next is the accounting and budgeting department. This department was created 2 years ago under the 57 Act of Government. We'll take any motions to approve or cut as stated.
Mr. Chairman, question, just to clarify, Daisy, can you explain, there's revenue that comes into this department as well. Can you explain that, everybody's always understood it?
Yes, on page 61, under transfers in, you see the amount of $120,593. That is an amount that is paid in from the highway fund and the solid waste fund that helps fund salaries in our department. Also, you'll notice that on page 63, from the 17-18 year when our department was created up until the current presented budget, there's a decrease there as well, where amounts go in to form our budget.
That was a decrease to the mayor's budget.
Yeah.
Yes.
Motion approved is presented.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Joey Nixon to approve as presented, and a second by Chaz Kent. Any discussion or amendment to that motion? Roll call, Stacy.
I had a question.
Oh, you have it.
Data processing equipment, so, software.
That is our software agreement. That's the price they give us for having our software.
Software. That's how they get you.
It's not be touchy, but it's just a question that's been asked a lot, is the salary, is that mandated or is that just set?
It's set by this body.
And it's set by body? And how did they determine that salary?
So you want to address it?
Yeah, when it came before the budget finance, there is a cap that we can put on it for the 57 Act. It has to be, I think it's the trustee salary is the top cap. The bottom is, for the 81 Act is the same way. It has to be above that for 81. So that's where it got set up. Honestly, it came through budget finance, somebody made a motion, and that's how it got set that way. It's been 2 years, I couldn't tell you how that motion called, but it was set by budget finance, recommended, then approved by the finance. I'm not sure if there's a minimum or not. I know that when we showed this in budget and finance, when we researched this, of all the comparable counties, the director's salary was in a range from $60,000 to $70,000. So no comparable county our size was on lower. We set the higher end for that, to be honest. But there was no county that we looked at that was below $60,000. So that was the data we looked at.
and then under, accountants and bookkeepers, is that like the other office personnel, how many are in your office?
I have 3.
Any other discussion or motions to amend? Roll call, Steph.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Lynn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Gibbons,
Yes.
Billy Bass.
Yes.
Brad Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Shannon Michie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumake,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Bobby McKinney,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel, Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Rain,
Yes.
Jody Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Dustin Dillahay,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Budget passes 24 to nothing. All right, next up is the property assessor's office. I'll take a motion to approve or cut that budget.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Collins, we talked today, and you, by state statute, are down 1.5 people. You're getting it done with 1.5 less than is required by the state, correct?
That's correct, and there was also a resolution passed by this body, that would have been on March the 13th of 2017, where we present a 5-year plan. We can't alter that plan. It's got to go through 2022. And if you look, and Stacy has that information, but in that, it says that the county will fund that under Roman numeral 1. I can't change anything until 2022, correct, Brandon? Okay. So when you approve that for that 5-year plan, not only did you approve the plan, you approved the funding of that. Now, come 2022, we can do something different, but not until then by the resolution that was passed.
Any other discussion?
If I'm correct, the only real change to this is the fact that, it's one of those mandated as state scheduled salaries, so.
Correct.
And that just affects the
elected
social
officials.
security, yeah.
That's, yeah, and the social security state time.
So that's really the only changes.
Terry, what's the other contracted services?
That's where we have to have audits performed. On those audits where we audit personal property, which we're required to do by state law. That brings us in around $8 for every dollar spent, which we had to cut that a few years ago because we were asked to trim our budget. I had nowhere else to trim it from other than that line item. So I trimmed it. It cost us money in the long run because we are not able to perform as many audits as we were. Not that anybody cheating, but it's a self-reported tax on the personal property tax. So if a construction company comes in and says, I've only got $500 worth of equipment in my entire construction company, then, we can flag that for audit, and it's going to be flagged because of the fact that, other companies are a lot larger than that, 150, 200, some of them up in the millions, that do that. But when we had to cut, I didn't have anywhere else to cut it from, so that's the reason that was cut. But you're kind of cutting your own throat if you do that, just because of that. But
Well, that's the only, looking at that's the only major difference from year to year was the increase in that. That's why I was asking.
that at one time was 20,000.
Thank you.
It's cut down to 10.
Mr. Chairman, 52,310 is also Mr. Collins' budget, correct? Rephrase.
That is true.
I request that we putting those together.
That's a reappraisal program. Gary, would you like to talk to that?
Okay, we had a full-time person in that position when I got in office in 2004. I went before the Budget and Finance and told them that we were going to do it with a half person less than we have till this day. Mr. Shane Jones is the guy that part-time guy. He works 2 days a week with me. Very, very instrumental in the penny going up, which is really what we're looking at. You know, that's the cash cow. I mean, when you look at the revenues that our office produces, you're looking at nearly $9 million. And that's pretty good bang for your buck when you're looking at, we're giving you $60 back for every dollar you spend in my office. I challenge that with anybody else. And I realize, yeah, but still, I mean, we've added $51,000 on my dime in tax money since May the 7th because talking with Daisy and Jeff and Joey, I mean, I'm doing everything I can to try to get every penny I can because we're short.
I do have a motion and a second. Do we need to get another motion?
I'm sorry, I didn't get a motion yet. We'll go on separate. I apologize.
Well, is there any way I can amend my motion to include both of those?
Sure.
I'd like to amend my original motion to include both of those budgets.
Second. Ron Schumann. Any further discussion on this budget? All right, roll call, Stacy.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese.
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Britt,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumay,
Yes.
Ron Calvin,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Robert Knapple,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Bain,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Dustin Dillahay,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
Both budgets passed unanimous.
Chair, may we have a break for 5 minutes?
Motion for a 10-minute recess, sir.
Yeah.
Have a motion for a 10-minute recess.
Second.
Second from Chaz. All those in favor of a 10-minute recess? Opposed? The county trustee's office.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I wonder if it would be permissible to move ahead to 56300 because we do have a significant portion of people here from the Senior Citizen Center, and it's getting late, and we would just wish that they would stay with us until we discuss this portion of the budget. Thank you.
563.
It's page 30.
Page what?
30.
Page 30. Are you making a motion to move that up?
Yes.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to go to get to budget number 56300. That is the Senior Citizen Center. Mr. Ballard, do you have some information go ahead to the Senior Citizen Center and possibly the fitness center and those kind of things, South Carthage Complex?
What we found is there was a grant that was obtained through the USDA Rural Housing Service for the purchase capital improvements equipment for that project for the Health Department and Wellness Center. Now that's kind of a vague terminology, but that includes the Senior Citizen Center, the Fitness Center, Health Department, and it seems like there's one other entity out there. I did reach out to the USDA and spoke to one of the representatives last week about this, and what they indicated to me was that this was a grant that was obtained through the Appalachian Rural Council. And as part and parcel of that, there was $400,000 that was given as part of that grant. Now, there are conditions to that grant, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know all the ins and outs of that. I know we can't deviate from the purpose of the grant, which is kind of broad, encompassing health department and wellness centers. At the time when this grant occurred, it's my understanding that all of those entities were built and they were placed in those offices and have been since at least 2009. What I was advised by the USDA that if we're going to make any changes to the purpose or the conditions under that grant, we probably need to get permission from the Appalachian Rural Council in order to do that. What's the penalty of us not abiding that? Well, we would have to refund grant money or at least a portion thereof. That's what it amounts to. It's very limited, I know, but best I could put together on short notice.
My page numbers are different. What's the title of that budget?
Try 83, if you got the other
Yeah, it's top 8, bottom 83, top 84 on the other copy.
What's the title of it, though?
56,300.
Senior Citizens Assistance.
I found it. Okay, thank you. I make a motion, we approve the budget as presented.
I second.
Motion made by Cole, seconded by Mr. Shoemaker. Any discussion or any questions from Mr. Jan Johnson, the Senior Citizen Director?
Just to clarify, is there a revenue source for this, like a grant?
There is, it's found in category 46140, aging program, so that is that one.
Is there, needs to be drawn on it?
$14,613.
I guess my other question is, do we have any other additional revenue sources for that? Fundraising or things like that?
What other revenues, Ms. Jan, would you bring in through the Senior Citizen Center?
We do it, we have a matching fund that we pay for part-time helper for $2,000, because we have where we do evidence-based program, and we bring in 14.
It is, as the board chair of that, do you know of any other revenues to support that?
Other than the outings that they take, they help fund most of the outings, especially the trips that they take. They pay for the trips. It doesn't come out of any of the funds or out of the county funds or anything. Don't know. I know they take in some funding for, used to take in funding for meals. We no longer take in that because we don't do the meals unless we do still do it for the meals that are there.
The meals are still, they're there, but by the Commissioner on Aging, the ACTS, American Act program, we're not allowed to charge for a meal. It's a donation.
Ms. Jan, do you have any ideas of potential ways that you could bring in some revenue? I mean, I don't want to have to charge for our seniors to use it, but if there are creative ways that we could bring in revenue with that, maybe just be thinking on that, if there's, throughout this budget year, if there's any way that we can
I think part
bring in something.
Part of the building now is leased to the senior center, has a lease on it for till 2032.
Yeah.
And part of the payment or the funds that's coming in is where the UCHRA, is that right? They're renting space for
unemployment center over there.
And they're paying, I think, $7 a square foot for the space. That, I think a few years ago, that may have been lowered from what it used to be. It used to be $9, and I don't know, you're more familiar with UCHRA and all, and whether they can, are able to help.
we could go back and renegotiate when that lease is up.
But, I don't know if it's,
I don't know what their lease is, I haven't seen that. I know it was $9 a foot, and then they lowered it to $7 a foot. But I don't
when
know what-
UCHRA got into money buying, they lowered it down. So that's something you might look into, that we might raise it back up to bring in a little more funding there.
I think another thing COVID was trying to get at, is there any activity like a bingo night where you invite the public out to and charge so much to play? Is that what you're sort of getting at?
Just any creative way to.
Anything to bring in, say, $1,000, $2,000, just like a fundraiser for a school would have. Is that where you're going?
Right. I want to be clear.
They do have bingo, they do have, used to have dancing, some dances and all, and the money that they bring in is used to fund like their bowling trips and movie trips
And
and.
supplies that we have, snacks every day for different things, for our bingo supplies, our paper cups, our coffee, everything that we buy that ourselves.
I just want to be clear. I'm 100% in favor of the Senior Citizen Center. But it is a unfunded service that we provide to our seniors, and I'm glad that we can do that. But and there's a lot of seniors that utilize it, but I feel like if those seniors knew that it could potentially not be funded in the future, that they would be more apt to pay a little something or help generate some revenue. I don't want to charge a come in the door fee, because you've got some people that can't afford it.
Absolutely.
But if there's some creative ways that we can try to bring in revenue with that, I mean, I don't want it to be mandated, you have to do that, but just try to look into creative ways to bring in revenue with the Senior Citizen Center. That's all I ask.
Jan, what's the most that any kind of a fundraiser like that brought in?
When we had our dances, we might clear $400.
Just any, I mean.
When we had our cake walk, it was about the same. Bingo, you can't, we were just talking about the Commission on Aging idea for a meeting I went to last week. You can't charge for bingo.
Yeah.
We'd be arrested.
That gets into gambling.
Yeah. Our solars that we've done, it's basically the same thing. You might bring in 500, but you spend 200.
Yeah. Well, just the way I look at it, any dollar is a dollar, and if it's something that you can raise money to spend less of the county's money, then I feel like that's a success, whether it's $1 or $1,000.
Do you have any kind of restrictions on like any kinds of online fundraising you could do? Grants you could apply for? There's not like restrictions on that. If you're a 501c3?
We're 501c3, like you was talking about the other day, the GoFundMe fund, I don't know anything about that, I don't know how that works.
Oh, GoFundMe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The grants, you gotta match them, and it's gotta be specific
Projects.
Yes.
project that you gotta have it for, it's not for funding the electric bill or.
For operations or anything like that, yeah.
Didn't we get a grant for the bus?
We
Partial
didn't get a
grant?
grant for the bus, and we furnished all regals for the bus, we furnished for everything, except the county does take care of the maintenance on it. The bus was bought specifically through the grant for the senior center. But,
And they change it for.
And they let them use, they let the county use it for youth leadership, adult leadership, and any other
trips. Yeah.
as a commission.
trips that they need to take.
Mr. Chairman, I move we vote.
We vote second. All right, Jason, roll call.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese.
Yes.
Terry Gibbons,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
I'll recuse myself since I'm chairman of the board from voting on this issue.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Haskell,
Yes.
Shannon Nietzsche,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Ron Callen,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Toby McKinney,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Vane,
Yes.
Jody Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
That budget is approved. And we will work to find some alternate funding and see if there's any other grants out there that we can do on that. We'll get with Miss Virginia on that. All right, we'll go back to where we left off. And that would be the county trustee's office, 52,400.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion, second, Tommy Vane, we said.
Thank you, Greg.
I have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion or amendments? All right. You ready for a roll call? Flip it up and go, Bob. Shannon's getting tired of you.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
Tommy Vane,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Callen, Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Toby McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Kenny Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Haskell,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Betty Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Motion passed. Budget approved, 24. Now on to the county clerk's office. Take a motion to approve or cut that budget.
Motion approved as is.
Motion by Chad,
Second.
second by Terry Givens. Any discussion or questions for Ms. Norris? Or amendments?
How many people do you have in your office?
Have myself and four full-time, one part-time, 20 hours a week.
Is any of that kind of like mandated? Would you have to have certain people for certain things? or-
Well, your bookkeeper's not allowed to work out front, not allowed to handle the money. So actually, that lays you down to 4 full-time public, waiting on the public people, which it takes.
Where's your part-time come in at?
My part-time person puts the stickers on the tags for us. She does 20 hours a week. She puts the stickers on the tags, puts the titles in the envelopes when we got those ready to mail out. And she also helps to keep the minutes up to par. Anything that she can do without handling money, because she's not lobbying.
She works 20 hours a week, every week, instead of first of the month or maybe the last of the month. I'd say you're more busy at the first of the month than the last of the month, right?
Yeah.
You're off.
Probably the last 2 weeks of the month is really, but we stay busy all the time. This county's growing every day. This is my, start of my third term, and I have seen that office grow so much that I could actually use more people if I had them. By the time you count vacations and time off for everybody, I mean, you know. Me and most of my staff eat lunch at our desk every day.
Is the growth the reason in your employees? Because I don't know how many years, previous to you, was there not 3 people in that office? Or am I wrong?
Since I've been there, there's always been at least 4 full-time, I think. The only thing that I've added is the part-time person.
Cliff, about how many vehicles a year, or a rough estimate, do you think you registered in that office?
Well, I think, did we not, at the last budget
We
meeting?
pulled, I think it was around 18,000.
18, that's what I was thinking.
18,000 was the last.
And that's not counting your notaries, your marriage license, items that come with all those, you know. I think altogether, was it, how many thousand transactions did I, in the budget that I told y'all, we did 36?
25,000.
28,000 or something like that. 28,000 transactions came from the office. Of course, that's the renewals, titles, everything, you know.
Any other questions or motions to the amendment?
Just a question, with the operating lease payments,
That's for our BIS equipment that we have, they maintenance it, that's for their deal, right?
Operating leases for your copying leases.
Yeah.
that number's quite a bit higher.
That's because we asked for a new scanner, right? We just, this time, yes. Because we have a lot of stuff that we have to have scanned for email. We have to go to the mayor's office every time we have to do that now. And that was asked for before we found out how bad shape everything was in too, so. I mean, we can continue to borrow if need be.
Just a comment, the data processing equipment, that's up a little bit higher, but that's because your computers are about to be out of service.
Oh, yeah, that's a have to.
Yeah, I just, budget finance agreed to leave that in there. If you notice that being higher, that should be higher for the year, but there's a compliance issue that Cliff across the paperwork, and we have a choice. So if anybody notices that's a little bit higher, that's the reason.
They told us we've got to upgrade. It's not a matter of choice.
So on the scanner, I mean, you scan a lot, or you have to go to the office. Right now you have to go to the mayor's office every time for that.
Could we continue to do that one more year till we get better shape?
Sure. I mean, as long as they don't mind. Sometimes I feel like a nuisance, but you know, we're all in this together, right?
So what's the total cost of that? You know, what was the cost of the
I
scanner?
don't remember exactly what it was. We had it in the budget, didn't we? Or figured it, how much it was gonna be, or asked for how much it was gonna be. Without that.
It's been 950 in the past, but is that the only thing going into that besides that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
It's
you.
been 950 in the past, is that, we can just go back to that? Is what-
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've worked within my budget every year that I've been in the office. I've never overspent in it. Matter of fact, I've always got money back that wasn't spent. But I think it's a little better to over budget than it is to under budget.
Yes.
That's the reason why we're here tonight, right? But I can do without a scanner. It's not a big deal.
So,
I like to have it.
motion to amend that 1,420 back out, or no?
And just to be clear, so we're on what we're doing, Mr. Beller, being elected official, we can only determine a total that we're dropping from this. Ms. Cliff decides where that line item's coming from, so.
Percentage or amount, but not line item.
So we can ask questions on line items, we can't amend it.
So you're dropping the total budget by,
What, for the scanner?
it'd be $1,570 decrease in the total budget.
Is that amendment?
if you want to make that amendment.
This motion's already been made, correct?
Motion is made and seconded to approve as written.
I will amend that.
Second.
Motion and a second to decrease the county clerk's office by the $289,453 by $1,470 and remove the capital purchase of a scanner. I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? 15 seconds, sorry. 15 seconds.
That was the price, right?
That's what, that's going from 950 back, going back to the original budget of 950. Any other amendments or discussion? Roll call, please.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard, Tommy Wayne,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knuckle,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Toby McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Nucci,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Gibbons,
Yes.
And, budget is passed unanimously with the $1,570 decrease. Next is the circuit court clerk. I will take a motion to approve or amend this budget.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion approved, Toby McKinney, seconded by Mr. Greaves. Any discussion or amendments to this budget? Turner is not here tonight, but thank you all for, did y'all get the letter that came? I had a chance to read it, talking about that we were kind of understaffed in that office too, in our court system, so Turner does the job with less people than the other comparative thing to us right
Do we know how many he's understaffed by?
now. According to this, Macon County has 8 employees besides the officer. We did have 5, we're down 2, so he will have to hire 2 more in the future.
I don't know if you've ever been in that office, but I've never been in there and not had to wait.
They stay busy.
That's true.
Mr. Chairman, he's also short on office space and storage space.
Yes.
As is true.
We just bought him some new shelves this week, or this year, the record storage. And that was one of the first questions I asked when I got here, was why any workers coming from the manufacturer's side, why in the world we couldn't scan documents and keep them on a server somewhere? And I was told real quick, state law says you have to keep paper copies. We try to run this like a business, but you can't run it like a business sometimes because there's always a law or a statute somewhere that keeps you from doing what you need to do. To me, that makes perfect sense to scan those and serve on our own server, but we continue to buy shelves. Any other questions or amendments? All right, we have a motion to approve and seconded. Roll call there, Stacy.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
Tommy Wayne,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knuckle,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Callen,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Jimmy Whitford,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Haskell,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Gibbons,
Yes.
Budget passes unanimously. Next is the general sessions judge, and if y'all want to, we'll combine general sessions judge and the drug court, because both those fall under his caretaker.
What about skipping ahead one with the judicial commissioners? Does that fall under him too?
5 of them there. Okay, judicial commissioners falls under you as well.
Chancery court?
Chancery court is not under
No.
him, that is a totally different position. But
What's
we
the other
can, we can combine general sessions judge, drug court, judicial commissioners.
Other administration of justice, 53,900, and juvenile services, 54,240.
Okay. Those 5 fall under Judge Collins is judge. Could you tell us how many of those are grant funded versus how much is?
Let's see. We've got 53,330 is grant funded, and there's also an additional $20,000 that's available to us if we're able to reimburse for it. So it's really $90,000 on that one. And then with the 54,240 juvenile services, 9,000 of that is reimbursed to the state. I don't know if it's a grant or just a reimbursement.
Motion to budget that we passed.
What number was that?
54,240 juvenile services, they send us $9,000. There's a ton of paperwork and emails and stuff to be done. If we do all that, they'll send us money.
Motion to approve all 5 as presented.
Second.
Motion approved by Kobe, seconded by Kobe Bank. Any motions to amend or discussion?
Is this including the grant from the, that part of the city turned down?
No, sir, it's not.
That will be amendment coming.
I don't,
amendment?
all the grants are 100% grants. There's no matching.
Yeah.
And the way that works is there's about a 2-week lag time for reimbursement. So what happens is the county has to float it for a couple of weeks until we get reimbursed. And I was told that we didn't have enough right now to float the grant that Mayor Donnie Dennis secured for us. It was $250,000.
Which fund will that come out of?
That will be,
New budget.
it will be a revenue source. I guess there would need to be a new line created for that, but and that's what a lot of people don't understand. I've got 5 budgets, but there's also 5 different revenue sources.
Right.
One of them being the general fund. One of them being we get a fund that's restricted from court cost. It's restricted for administration of justice for alcohol and drug treatment. We've got a recovery court grant. We've got the ARP grant, and then there was a discretionary fund that was created by county resolution. David Bass did that when he reinstated traffic school. So that's a revenue source as well.
So the expenses will be coming out of one of these funds, or it'll be a different expense?
The expenses out of the Department of Justice grant
Yes.
would be 100% from that grant. There would be no county dollars.
But it would not, would it show as an expense out of one of these 5?
Well, that's
No,
no.
it would be a new budget.
It would be a 6 revenue source.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm.
Well,
Yes, sir, I'm
once
sorry.
we get his budget and approved through budget finance, and y'all approve that budget, it will be an amendment to this budget, but it will be revenue, it will be money out, money back in to offset that. So it will affect our cash flow, and Judge Collins has been gracious enough to work with us on that till we get to a better point where we can do those things.
Just a point of clarification, I've been asked, what is food supplies in the general section?
Food supplies, that's why I mentioned the revenue sources. Mr. Kobe McKinney mentioned about the senior center, maybe you could come up with different areas of revenue to offset some of the costs. And that's what David Bass did when he was judge. He came up with, I think Judge Preston might have got a little crossways with the county commission, and he just did away with the traffic scope. As a result of that, David Bass came to the county commission and said that we would reinstate that, but there would be an understanding through a county resolution that a half of the revenue would go to the county for the general fund and the other half would go to the judge so he could do programs at his discretion that are reasonably related to his job. That $8,400 for the food supplies, that goes for Recovery Court graduation. By the way, we're having a Recovery Court graduation in 2 days at 11 o'clock right here in this room. You're all welcome to come. I wish you would come and see how we're getting people out of jail and we're changing lives and we're saving their money. So that is supposed to come from that fund. I've got that reserve fund, and it should be $150,000, $170,000. It was only supposed to be dedicated for that discretionary spending from the general sessions judge, but there's no money in that fund right now. So I'm not sure how that happened. I've talked to auditors myself and trying to get that clarification. But the point is that $8,400 for Recovery Court graduations. We also have criminal justice meetings. It seemed odd to me that as general sessions judge, and they really call it the criminal justice system. There's so many different parts to it. It seemed odd to me that those parts never met, and you know, the sheriff talked to the clerk, and I talked to the bondsman, and the attorneys come in, so we all meet together a few times a year to see if we can get more efficient or see if we're doing anything wrong. And then also, there's another program called Bridging the Gap. I elicit volunteers at every turn. I'm trying to get the community involved so we don't have to spend money. And I do that to try to reduce the amount of recidivism, to reduce the amount of addiction, and reduce the numbers in jail. We've got a group of men and women. They've been coming faithfully for almost 5 years now. They're bridging the gap. And what I do is I buy biscuits from a local place. We used to rotate it, but it became so difficult to do that. The biscuits, I think, come from Key Stop. But we buy biscuits from Key Stop, and they use those to talk to people. I've had dozens and dozens and dozens of people who said, I will never be back to your court because I met somebody and they talked to me and now they're helping me. And I mean, everywhere I go to the ballpark, Walmart, McDonald's drive-thru, it happens all the time. So that money's for Recovery Court graduations, for criminal justice meetings, and for the Bridging the Gap, the biscuits on the Thursday. I don't have I've heard people say that I've got a meal budget. No, I don't eat on the county's dime.
Can we not do these things without food?
Sure.
Or get it donated?
Sure. You just reduce the number of people you're helping. And I've had a lot of people say, well, why don't we get donations? You know, I've never turned down a donation. I mean, I don't see people lined up to donate. I don't see people lined up at the Senior Citizen Center to donate. I search every grant out I can find. We've had to delay grants because we actually don't have the money. But yeah, we can do without Recovery Court. Those people are just going to end up in jail or dead.
I'm not asking you to Recovery Court.
But what I'm saying is,
food at the graduation.
yeah, oh yeah, you can do, yeah, sure.
Or,
yeah.
I mean, now that people know that that's something that we do, you may have more people.
Have more donations? We've actually got donations that went into the general fund, and those donations don't exist either. We've got donations that were given for that. We had Middle Tennessee Natural Gas. We appreciate them. They gave $1,000. It went into the general fund for us to be used for these type things, and that money is now gone. So
It just
we
disappeared?
well, all of it has. I mean, you know, that's what pays everybody's salary, the general fund, right? So all those funds that exist are empty. The statute protected, restricted for administration of justice for alcohol and drugs. The way it was explained to me by an auditor is it's kind of like Monopoly. When you're playing Monopoly and everybody's passed out the money, you start writing stuff down on paper, you still got it, but you can't spend it. That fund right there is supposed to have $78,000 in it, but it's not. It doesn't exist. So I'm supposed to spend it per statute for certain things, and we can't access it because that money don't exist.
That's part of the unrestricted, the restricted fund balance as well.
Correct.
So we have, so when she said tonight, we have $300,000 in our fund balance.
That would include that amount. Maybe the attorney can speak to whether or not, if those discretionary and reserve funds, are they subject to approval as well?
I'd have to look at that pretty carefully. I know we looked at that at one time.
I can't just spend it how I want to. I still have to ask the court, or excuse me, ask the county commission to spend it in accordance with the prior, by the prior resolution. But I just can't go spend it. I've had a lot of people ask me that question. You know, I don't have a checkbook. I can't. Before I had an assistant, it took me 3 weeks to buy ink pens because you got to fill out forms, and I think I was the only county position that didn't have any administrative assistants. So Miss Lisa's helped with that, and she also helps administer all the grants.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we vote.
We have a motion made by Kobe and a second by Tommy.
So I'll clear the motions for all, Mr. Goff.
All 5 budgets.
All 5 budgets as presented.
As proceed.
And just to clarify, I did want to say, I've seen something floating around that I've asked for a 13% increase. That's not at all true. I mean, I showed up with Lisa to the last budget and finance, and I said, hey, if y'all have questions, feel free to ask them, but I'm asking for the same money I asked for last time. And that's what I asked for the year before. I'm not asking for any increases.
The only increase would have been on the juvenile services side where we had to pay extra for that, but that was just.
That's outside of our control. We had a murder down there at the pawn shop on Highway 25, and our county spent probably close to $30,000 on a juvenile that's required by law. That's not, nobody wants that, but we're kind of stuck.
Right, and that's those stuff that while we were trying to get $3 million, if that happens again, that we're, you know, if we got 2 or 3 juveniles, I mean. Okay. All right, so the motion and a second, roll call, Stacy.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
Tommy Bain,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knapple, Charles Wood,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Callen,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
William McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Litchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
No.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Lynn Reese,
Yes.
Harry Gibbons,
Yes.
23-1, all 5 budgets passed. All right. Next one will be Chancery Court.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion by Kobe to approve, second by Mr. Ron. Any questions or amendments or discussion to this budget? Roll call, Ms. Stacy.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross, Frank Woodard,
Yeah.
Tommy Bain,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knapple,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Callen,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Litchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Lynn Reese,
Yes.
All right. Next one up would be 5400, Public Safety, the Sheriff's Department.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Public safety is not your sheriff's office.
I'd like to amend that motion to include Sheriff's Department, traffic control.
Sorry, 5110 is the sheriff, Public Safety, that's, yeah.
Traffic control.
5410 is the budget, it's the Sheriff's Department.
Can we not combine all those together? Juvenile services, correctional incentive program.
Juvenile Services with Judge Cobb.
Okay. What about correctional incentive?
That is the jail pay, correct, Sheriff?
54-110, 54-210, 54-230, and the 122, 54-110 is
Good.
Okay. All right, we have all those, motion to put those.
Motion for all four as presented.
Have a motion as all four as presented.
Second.
Second, Jerry Givens. I have a motion and a second. Any amendments or discussion?
I had a question about school resource officers. Under 54-110. How many is that for?
That's for 9.
That's for 9. In the school budget, they have 6 budgeted.
That's correct. They picked up 1 this year. Gordonsville was funded 1 up until this year. They put us on notice last year. The school board was funding 5. Gordonsville funded 1. And the county commission voted to fund 3. Well, they voted for those 3 positions. But didn't put any funding with it. But to answer your question now, Barry Smith has agreed to pick up the 1 that Gordonsville dropped. So they'll be funding 6, we'll be funding 3. But what you see in the budget is the total amount for 9. Even though the school board funds it, they pay for 6 and it comes into our budget. We have to show it as an expenditure because we have to pay them through our.
So it'll have a revenue source for it.
Yes. There'll be money in and out, all except for the 3 that the county's paying for.
Do we know where the revenue source is in here?
Dave.
I was trying to remember the code. I can research that.
You remember what that code is, the general code, or refresh?
I don't know about off my head, but I can try to find it later on discussion.
Daisy, while you're looking at that too, I think this came up budget 5 before. We get reimbursed from schools for what? It's more than just salary, there's more that they reimburse. Fuel.
Yes, it's fuel, their salaries, what else is included in that, Jerry?
Social Security and all
Their
that.
salaries, Social Security, retirement, overtime, fuel, any maintenance on the vehicles, if they had to purchase new tires, anything like that.
Just want to be clear with that. It gets asked a lot, so.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the schools do not have to pay for resource officers, am I correct? The state don't require the schools to pay for resource officers, they're just taking them on themselves to pay for the resource officers.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
What happens if the schools all of a sudden decide, hey, we don't want to do this anymore? What's the next step?
That's up to y'all, whether you want to fund it or not.
And this body would have to approve that funding or not?
That was one of the questions asked to me, and that's the reason why I was asking tonight.
Right. But, in the line item on my budget there, it shows, I think we're showing about 161,000 something last year. And it's, when you put everything together, now it's 300 and some thousand. But that's all 6 or all 9 paid for through our budget. And a lot of that's going to be recouped in the revenue source that the school board will be put through.
Any other questions or discussion?
Is there a reason the school will not recoup all 9 of them?
I don't know. It's just, the discussions over the years have been, that's what they would do, and this is what the commission would do. I mean, they come to an
That's for the
agreement
school board.
over time.
I have asked that question and it was not something they were willing to do.
2/3 is better than nothing.
We only had, up until this year, we only had 6. So those guys were rotating between schools 1 day a week. Every other day.
And the reason it's so clear is we made the motion, particularly last year for 3, so each school would have one. There was no rotation, that's why 3 got added last year.
We paid that out of overtime and other salaries this year because we went ahead and those first day of school.
We're using our guys that we had, we didn't have the ones dedicated to those schools, and we're still trying to hire. We're still sending some to the academy to try to get them. It takes time. You know, if we've had folks lined up at the door that were folks certified and said, hey, I want to work in school, hey, we'd have had them right then. But we got to find the right people, got to send them to the academy, got to pay them. You know, a whole lot of folks won't come here and work for what we pay.
That's right.
Mr. Chairman, this is one of the departments that falls under maintenance of effort. I move that we vote.
Motion made by Kobe, seconded by Terry Givens. We are voting on these 4 budgets.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard, Tommy Vane,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Abstain my vote for being an employee of the sheriff's department.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Lynn Reese,
Same as Jason.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Motion, our budget's passed 22 to nothing, 2 abstain.
Thank you.
Next one is that little 54-130, right? Is it that $900 traffic control?
Yes, that's the last.
We pay for a street light at Bonnell Road, is that correct? This was done Brendan, do you remember how that worked out?
I can tell you what the department told them to do. The incentive given to get Bonnell here. So we have swapped $900 a year for $500.
In 50 years, good.
I corroborate that rumor.
That's the rumor I've been told for years.
I've heard that as so.
Yeah, none of us have been around that long.
Time immemorial.
Motion to approve the budget as presented.
Second.
Any questions or discussion on the 54-130? 728. All right, roll call, Stacy.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
Tommy Vane,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Lynn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Unanimously passed, the street lights set. Next is 54-310, fire prevention and control. This is a budget where we pay our volunteer firefighters out of.
Motion approved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by Joey, second by Kobe. Motion and seconded for fire prevention and control motion to amend or discussion?
What is the other contracted services?
That's what they pay you volunteer firemen. I think that's correct, right there.
Yes.
They're paid how much a call I get.
$30.
$30 call.
$30 a call. Whether you're there 30 minutes, if you're there 8 hours, you get $30.
And no matter how far you have to drive to get.
Exactly.
The question was asked to me about this, about billing insurance for fires. What was told to me by Mr. Carter, I believe was that if you build one house for fire and they had insurance, you had to bill if a barn burned or anything, you had to bill them, because you can't pick and choose your insurance. Is that correct, Brandon?
That is correct.
Now, I think the county commission voted on this years ago, is that correct? About charging for fire charges? Jimmy, do you remember?
No. We do have a few insurance companies will donate to the individual departments. I know we have had that happen several times to avoid going through the county.
Jimmy, wasn't it discussed one time for fire districts, paid districts? That was
Yes, that was.
a brief conversation, and it
Right.
was, because you had places in, I think in Wilson County brought up that you had to pay a fee if you wanted to be covered in fire protection. If you didn't pay the fee and it was next door to your place, they ain't gonna cover you.
There's still some districts like
I thought
that.
that was something Bob did.
That's the way Granville Fire Department used to be. They were a co-op fire department.
Yeah.
And if you wanted their services, you had to pay so much a year. Like I said, if it was next door to the fire hall, if you wasn't a member, they didn't respond. You had to wait for a fire truck to come all the way out of Gainesboro. Or
That
from Smith County.
And it was on the news, and the man's house burnt up, and the people right beside of it. I remember.
I just wanted to throw that out there, that's the reason that I was told we don't bill everybody for fire call.
Like Mr. Mayor, I think it was in 2008, it was brought up, Mr. Miller, he can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but emergency services such as fire or rescue or whatever, and some of the cities were doing this, if they had to respond to an accident, whoever was found at fault, the county or city would bill them for the cost so much, for the extrication of fire or rescue or whatever, but, I don't think we found that was suitable or feasible, we
That
went
may be
forward
what
to
it
do
was.
it. I think that was in 2008 or 2009.
You are correct, there are a lot of cities that do that, Lawrenceville does that, or did do it at one time.
Any other discussions or amendments to fire prevention and control?
Do that room and the rentals.
I can't speak to them, I wouldn't know what that would be unless we rented equipment or something. So rentals in the fire prevention
I
control?
believe that's for fire plugs. I'm not sure I know exactly what that is, but that's what it is.
We have agreements with each of the water districts, or some of the water districts, within new ones each year. And I don't know what the details are.
I think that's what that is, and it actually says that, I'm pretty sure that is.
So we rent those from them.
We have to pay for the water.
Do we need to sustain for a fire in the county in this situation?
No, your conflict doesn't rise to that as an employee, as long as you're not increasing benefits or your pay, which is not part of this budget.
We have a motion and a second, any other discussion? Roll call, Stacy?
Justin Dillahunty,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard, Tommy Bennett,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Toby McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumach,
Yes.
Jim Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Haskell,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Grady Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shane Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Passes unanimous, fire department. All right, 54,420 is a contribution, is $30,000 that we transfer to the rescue squad. It falls under that contribution item, but it is something we give them to operate.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion approved by Colby, second by Tommy Bain. Any motion, any amendments or discussion?
Just what portion of, do you know what portion of their budget this is? I assume they have more.
That's the rescue squad?
Yeah.
Pays for the equipment.
They work volunteer, and they
They
have one
buy their own
fundraiser a year, they do one, I think in the fall, they do one,
Roadblock.
roadblock. That's their only two sources of funding.
That's
I'm not sure what that brings in.
So if they have to respond to like, are they the ones that would respond to like something on the river or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Water
Do
respond to
do
all
they,
of
charge for that?
I don't think so.
I don't think they can.
Yeah, I don't know.
What was it?
No, not like an individual, but
She's
like
asking
if
if they can
there's a
charge.
company that put them on the river.
Charge for a water rescue.
They're 503 CC or whatever, they can't charge.
Okay. Oh, the rescue squad can. Okay.
Those guys, they even buy their own service out of their own pocket.
And
You got
they-
these to be a member.
The extrication truck that goes out there direct, with earth tools and everything on it, they cut victims out of accidents. That's what they use that money for, to buy.
Mr. Chairman, I move we vote.
And another thing on that, they do work off a lot of grants. I've signed some grants with them and the fire department. So we have a motion to vote on that budget. Roll call, Stacy.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yeah.
Tommy Bain,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knapple,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon.
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Meacham,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Jenny Winfrey,
Yeah.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Haskell,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Grady Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shane Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Unanimous, that contribution is approved. All right, the other emergency management is the director of the Emergency Management Association, and their budget, they use there. That's to pay Mr. Shane Carter's salary, and office equipment, gasoline, and all such as that for that emergency management area. I know they work off some grants too. He coordinates with FEMA when we have disasters, and FEMA to get payback on some stuff when we have some damage. We're currently working with FEMA on some flood damage that was done back in February, March, trying to get some reimbursements for that. I will take a motion to approve or cut this budget. Tom?
Second.
That's done. Second by Chaz Kent. Any amendments or discussion of this budget? Dustin Dillon made the motion. Chaz second. Any amendments or discussion? All right, roll call, Stacy.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yeah.
Tommy Bain,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knapple, Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Meacham,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Prince,
Yes.
Dalton Haskell,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greg Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese.
Yes.
Terry Givens.
Yes.
Budget passes unanimously, 24-0. Next is 54,510. That is the salary supplement for our OSHA inspection and safety coordinator.
Motion to approve as presented.
Motion by Cody, second by Chaz. I have a motion to approve. Any discussion or amendments to this budget? OSHA's coming in a week or two, right? Wednesday. Everybody be sure. All right, no discussions or amendments. Roll call, Stacy.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
Tommy Vane,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Toby McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Ebel,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Prince,
Yes.
Dalton Haskell,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greg Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese.
Yes.
Terry Givens.
Yes.
Unanimous passes. Nothing. Next is the county coroner / medical examiner. You will see an increase in this budget. We did have several I don't know how to say it, Terry, you could probably speak the process on that, how.
Yeah, we had several deaths in the county that's, we had the one at Pawn Shaw, we've had a couple other homicides in the county, which accounts for 4 of those deaths, but the other 70 to 75 now, is just your normal deaths that needs to be investigated.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
I'll note that the reason this was increased is because previous years it was budgeted unrealistically. It was budgeted low and we had more deaths and we every year had to amend it. So this year is a real number. Just wanted to note that.
We said it the top numbers in the past, we've always had to come back
And this is, unfortunately, this body don't have the control to determine whether people die or not. So this number could be higher or it could be lower.
And at the end of the day, the medical examiner makes the determination whether he wants to sign that death certificate or send it on for autopsy. When it is sent on to the state for an autopsy, it costs the county $1,875. So that's another one of them, what we like to call, Mr. Beller, unfunded mandate.
The other contracted services that the people who respond or?
Some of that was that budget as far as what we were paying death investigators. We currently do not have any death investigators. Dr. Rutherford is managing that system. We've got to put a plan in place to better manage that and get some death investigators hired or change our position on that side and maybe compensate them in some way. I've been in discussions with other counties and how they're doing it. That's something we're gonna look at. I think we're gonna work to make sure we don't spend $90,000 this year somehow.
Whatever we decide will be, try to be within that.
Yes.
How will we do that if more people die that have to have autopsies?
True.
That's the highest that we've ever had, if we just say on the top end of what we've had. Assume if the worst happens, that's what we are. I mean, that's kind of- can't-
Figure just at 90,000, that's 45 deaths I've seen here. It's not including paying the investigator.
No, it's still not. Yeah.
We started at 45,000 original budget, if you look on there. And then days of tripping wrong, but in December, that's when we amended. I think we made 30,000 over. And then we we've already went over that as well, so.
So you're saying we're over this 9,000 number?
No, we're over the,
70,000.
we're over the allotted amount that we amended in December.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussions or amendment to this budget? Roll call, Stacy.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yeah.
Ronnie Bennett,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knuckle,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Callen,
Yes.
Linda Nixon.
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Boucher,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Jimmy Weaver,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps, Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Grady Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Lynn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Evans,
Yes.
All right, Daisy, you're gonna have to help me with the public safety grants program, but this is tied to,
Drug Coalition 54-710. It also, the Drug Coalition has a grant in 55-510, 55-170, and 55-590, I believe. That is correct. And all of those are 100% grant, no match from the county.
they do pay you to keep their books, correct?
No, they do not pay me.
I mean, they pay them,
They pay a physical agent charge.
right? That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
Pay your office, I should say.
yes.
That's
They
right.
pay back into our office.
So, we have all the drug coalition grants, budgets, these are basically money out, money back in reimbursements. We're going to group all of those together, which would be, again, 54-710. What'd you say, Daisy?
55-510, 55-170, and 55-900.
I will take a motion to approve or cut these budgets.
Motion approved, as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the budgets for the drug coalition. A motion and a second. Any discussion or amendments? You done? All right, roll call, Steve.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
Ronnie Bennett,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knuckle,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Callen,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Beachy,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Grady Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Lynn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Evans,
Yes.
All right. Now, 54-900 is other public safety, basically that is 911.
That's correct. 911 board does provide for those salaries.
That is money that's collected through taxes on telephone communication, is that correct?
No, the 911 board pays us directly. They reimburse us for
Okay.
those salaries.
They collect revenue off of.
Money out, money in.
Yeah.
The whole budget's that way, correct? Not just salary, but the whole budget's money out there.
We do
correct?
provide for some of the benefits. Insurance, yes.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion by Kobe, second by Joey. Any amendments or discussion to these motions? All right, you ready to roll call, please?
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
Tommy Vane,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yeah.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Callen,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Bobby McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumann,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Lyndon Reese,
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Alright, next is 55-110, that's our local health center, that's our health department, correct?
That's a portion of their budget, yes.
That's a portion of their budget. Is there other budgets tied to that?
There will be, we will have thought they had another portion. Yes, on page 83, also under the category 55-100, you'll notice that there's an ABS category and there's a category to that is not associated with ABS. The ones that are not associated with ABS are also health department funds. And the portion that is in 55-900 also has grant money coming in to support it.
So those 55-110, 55-900,
Yes,
are they on two?
yes.
And that's tied to your local health department over in South Carolina. I'll take a motion to, on the local health center, a motion to cut or approve.
Motion to approve as is.
Second.
Motion by Chad, second by Tommy. Any questions, discussion, or amendments to this budget? You ready to do a roll call? Listen.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard, Tommy Vane,
Yes.
Joey Nixon, Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Callen,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Bobby McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumann,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Lynn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Motion. Budget passes 24-0. Next one up is ambulance and emergency medical services.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion approved and presented by Colby, second by Mr. Glenn Reese. Any motions to amend, discussion, or questions to Mr. Dawes?
Just a business question. I know I work along with the side of these guys, I know they don't make much money. Any way we could cut back some of the overtime? I mean, I hate to take money out of pocket, they don't make much of it, all of it either.
Mr. Green, our employees,
we work 24, 48-hour shifts, 24 on, 48 off. That being said, the regular yearly amount of hours they work 2,080 regular hours, they work 728 overtime hours. Now, that's before any additional overtime or anything else. I think that probably every employee I've got will tell you, if it weren't for those few opportunities of overtime that they have to work and make some extra money, they couldn't survive with what we pay here.
That's right.
And I will go ahead and touch, since you brought it up, I'm gonna touch base on another overtime issue. I know it's been, in the last, couple of weeks, it's been brought up and talked about in several different locations about, why that I do not cover vacation time and sick time to try to save overtime. Well, I guess the best answer to that is that it's the prior EMS administration took a salary as well as accrued comp time. I only take a salary. I do not accrue any comp time. And now I have on occasion, just recently as a matter of fact, if we have emergent situations during a shift, somebody's sick, it's a last minute thing, I will cover until the point that I can locate somebody to come in and cover it. And I'm willing to do everything I can. I don't think there's anybody in this room that if you, in your job, you're paid for 40 hours, you work 40 hours, and most every week I work 40 plus hours to make sure that everything's done that needs to be done. And then you won't turn around and work 12 or 24 more hours for no compensation. I don't think there's anybody in this room that do that.
That's exactly right.
I've done it before.
I don't
Half-time
even-
pay on the old Chinese scale, you know that. I worked 28 days out of 30 days in 1 month at half-time pay on most of the days.
I don't think the ambulance service ought to even be questioned, or the police, or nothing that's mandatory to make this county survive.
Safety should be first.
Amen.
Now, Jeff and I have talked. We are going to take a look at some things, and maybe we can do some different scheduling, different shifts, and those kind of things. We've actually even talked about, I told him that I'm going to look and find out that I know CTAS has a guy that will come in and basically audit our system and see what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong. Jeff has agreed that that's a good thing and did not, so that is something going long term that we're going to look at maybe where we can find efficient, better ways of doing things than cost cutting.
Well, really the only option of cutting the overtime that we have in place now in the budget is to change to a different shift. Well, that being said, any shift we go to, other than a 24-48, it's going to require more folks. And, it's not on me, every EMS director that comes will tell you that, it's impossible to find folks to hire. I don't know. And like the mayor said, we've discussed several different options, myself and Ms. Davis and Scott. I don't know, there was one day we sat together up there, I guess for an hour and a half, going through the different options of different shifts to try to cut back some on that. Of course, that being said, if you cut back on that overtime that's available for our employees that work here now, you're gonna have to raise that pay rate. They can't lose any money. So we're working to do everything we can.
Any other discussion, questions, or amendments? We do have a motion and a second. Roll call, Stacy.
Justin Delahaye, David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yeah.
Tommy Baines,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knapple,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Brooks,
Yeah.
Dalton Haskell,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
I'll abstain from voting.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Gibbons,
I abstain as well.
and Lauren.
21. Motion passes 21, nothing, 3 abstain. Alcohol drug control, safety was part of the budget. All right, next is other local health and services, 5519. This is our physical fitness center over in South Park. Belder, does this also fall under that grant money?
Yes, sir. From all accounts, from what the information I received, it's part of the Appalachian Regional Council.
Ms. Sanders and I discussed today some changes that we were going to make with this. We're going to change the hours, probably decrease the part-time, and our operating expenses will go down on that. In this one, the contributions you'll see is of $13,087. That is a item that we pay is that the development district on that one, Daisy? UCHRA for the programs they offer here, the youth arts and that service. It's included in this budget, so actually the fitness center is only 77,000 of that, and it's bringing Daisy's revenues on it right now. Kristen, you may know, you may have that update.
43,340. We currently take in anywhere from 21 to 25,000.
So it does bring in some revenue. Like I said, Ms. Kristen and I have discussed a different plan going forward on how we operate that. We're going to change the way we do business in certain months of the year due to the temperature. It's more used in the winter because they can't use our walking tracks, so we will shut down more during the winter and be open during the spring and summer at different hours. We're going to work to manage this budget down. Unless you guys decide to do something different with it.
Motion to approve is presented.
Second. Motion by Joey, second by Tommy. Any discussion or amendments or questions from Ms. Sanders in this budget?
Ms. Kristen, I'll ask of you the same thing I asked Ms. Jan. Just if there is any ways, creative ways you can think of within your means to look at revenue, it'd be something that we should look into to do.
So I've brainstormed different options of various things that could bring in money, but as far as it producing at least $1 profit, I can't sit here and guarantee, revenue, can't sit here and guarantee numbers. But it was asked for me to present ways that I could show $1 profit within the next 3 to 5 years. And I'm not standing here confidently telling you that I can promise money to produce $1. What I can promise is that that place helps people. I've got recommendation letters from Dr. Richard Rutherford and from Tony Britt, a PT, who's the director of rehabilitation with the hospital. They refer patients to us all the time to come over there to continue their rehab when their insurance stops paying it for any surgeries they need physical therapy for. So there's things that we're doing to improve the community. A lady wrote that she has COPD and asthma, and we're the only place in the county that she can come to and walk. She's just coming to me every day to walk. I mean, that's something a lot of us in this room get up every day and put our feet on the floor and take for granted. But to her, that is a huge workout. And it just is a place that is not in competition with other gyms in the county. I don't know if anybody in this room has ever been to my gym. I know some of you I see a lot in there. Some of you I've never seen. So I know that some of you have never been through the doors. And I don't know if anybody's ever been to the other gym in town that's open and become very popular. They are two totally different atmospheres. They are two totally different gyms. They attract two totally different types of people. In my gym, I am providing a service to a population of people who need it to survive, to prolong their quality of life so they can live independently. The other gym is there to provide a place where people can go to get a six-pack, some cute legs, and train for a strongman competition. Both of those things are perfect goals for you to exercise, but we're all in a fitness journey. Some of us are younger and can do those things. Some of us are older, and we're just trying to live so we can hang out with our family and grandkids. So both gyms are gyms, but they are not the same.
On
So-
average, how many people come through there on a daily basis?
On a daily basis, like Mayor Mason said, our numbers vary depending on what time of year it is. So in the wintertime, when it's everybody's like New Year's resolutions, I've seen up to like 50 to 60 people come through the doors in one day. Now, when it's nicer outside and people can be outside, they are choosing to use the walking tracks that are around, the playgrounds, things like that, and it's about 30 visits a day. But everybody who comes through the door, I have a notebook here of members, they're all listing health reasons. None of them are saying, because I just like to exercise. They're not saying, because I want a six-pack or I want to be able to bench press 200 pounds. It is health reasons, every single one of them. And since I've been working there, since 2015, 107 people have come through the door and paid at one time. So people use it, they just need it at different points in their life. Any other questions?
What's your age range on that?
Age range, we are open to all ages, all fitness levels. The majority of members are your senior citizens. So we're mostly focused on middle age to senior citizens, but I have people from, 20s, early to late 20s. I've had high school kids that come, and then some members bring their grandkids, and they love walking around our track. They love using some of our jump ropes and hula hoops and stuff like that. So as long as people are being safe, I've had kids as young as like 3rd grade all the way up to about 87 years old.
What other services do you offer besides what's there?
So you can come there, pay a monthly membership, and use all of our equipment. Use our indoor walking track and machines that only we have in the county. The other gym doesn't have certain machines that would meet the goals of some of our members, so you get access to that. I also do personal training, so I have several clients who are coming in just to see me because I have a workout ready for them. And so we get memberships just for that.
So do you charge for that personal training?
In the past, that was brought up, and it was decided that that was not a service that we would charge extra for.
Why not?
That was decisions under management that were out of my control at the time.
Under what management?
The previous mayor, who was my boss.
We need to look at that now.
I agree. Whenever Jeff got hired, I gave him like a few months, maybe a few weeks, and then I left on maternity leave for 4 months, and when I got back, all of this started happening.
You and I started talking about this, and when did you have it?
I had the baby in the 1st of December. I think I came to Jeff like the week of Thanksgiving and came to him and said, look, sometimes my part-time people are sitting over there with nobody coming through the doors. There's ways that I want to save money on this place. This was back in November when I had no clue any of this was happening, and I was already crunching numbers trying to figure out how to save money.
How many part-time people have you got right now?
I have 4 people. They split 24 hours a week.
Why 4 people?
Because I could not find just one person that wanted to work every day, Monday through Saturday, 4 hours. So the part-time people I hire are retired or they were not working before, and they have families and grandkids. And so 4 people splitting 24 hours puts 2 of them working, one person working 2 days one person working 3 days a week, and then they rotate on Saturdays.
It used to be 2 people.
I know
One
that.
day, one evening.
Yep, but they were paying, they were working 20 hours, and that one-time person was working 24 hours. We extended 4 hours back in February of 2016, and it went from 20 hours a week to 24. I had one person doing that a lot, and then it got to where they decided to quit. I had to rehire, and I could not find somebody who would want to work 24 hours a week, just one person. So 4 people split the 24 hours a week.
I still think you can still run that gym today, you and one other person.
But they would still be working 24 hours a week. So it's the same difference of money that it would be charging my part-time people.
24 hours is 24 hours. It don't matter if you got 24 people working 1 hour.
I know we're all not getting 24 hours, but it has been run like that. I know for a fact, because my wife was one of them. I know for a fact there's ways that you can raise money because we have done it. So you need to rethink about your ways of
Sir, I just stated earlier that I've found some ideas, and I've brainstormed, and I've talked with Jeff how to save money. I'm aware that when you look on this paper, it doesn't make sense, because in black and white, the revenues and expenditures don't match. I realize that. But what you don't realize is that the people in this book, they are coming to me for health reasons. So yes, your taxpayer money is going to keep the doors open to this place, but your taxpayer money are helping some people in this room get off insulin. They have lost weight. They are not on all this blood pressure medicine anymore. That lady is able to walk now. She could not walk 2 laps before she came here. So just like everybody donates to Jordan Hackett around here for a charity to help research for all of these great charities, everybody goes out of their way to do that. But I'm telling you right now, y'all are doing it and you don't even know it because your taxpayer money are coming to the doors of this place. And a lot of people don't know it because a lot of people aren't coming there to work out. And I know that working out is not for everybody. I know that you got to make it a priority, and it's one of the first things that gets overlooked in people's schedules. But for some people, they need it. And this place provides a place for them to do that.
Ms. Barbara?
Just to elaborate on what she's saying, this affects our health rankings in Smith County. And when we have a good, stable health rankings, we qualify for more funding in our community. So that's one thing that really benefits, I think the Wellness Center really benefits. And the other way that we can improve funding is we can utilize that wonderful space more. I just think enough people in the community don't realize that it's kind of a gem that we haven't looked into. But my husband and I, after his heart surgery, he had to have cardiac rehab, and once insurance stopped paying for that, he went right to the fitness center and does that 3 days a week. We could utilize that more. All of us could use, it's not that expensive really to go there for your family for a whole month and get the exercise we all need. I could use it a little bit more, but we could utilize that a lot more. Just asking if you're not going there, if you don't know what they offer, at least go by and check it out.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we vote.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara.
I have a motion and a second from Joy Nixon and Tommy Bain. We will vote. Stacy?
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
Sammy Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
Tommy Bain,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
No.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Toby McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Meachie,
Yes.
Erica Evil,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Jimmy Winkler,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Donnie Pascal,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Graham Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Gibbons,
Yes.
Budget approved. I would take a motion for a 10-minute recess.
So moved.
Recess till tomorrow night, be back here at 6 o'clock tomorrow night.
More likely.
Still like a few.
I know Mr. Green had to be up in the morning by 3 o'clock to be at work, but
Yes, sir, that's me. I gotta be up at 3 o'clock in the morning myself.
I can go either way.
Let's finish this. Let's finish. Let's finish this tonight.
Yes, we have been here this long, a little bit longer, y'all tell us.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a question. Is there any way that we could, it's 11 o'clock at night, could we call for, if there's any commissioners that have any questions about the upcoming budgets, otherwise approve the rest of them? Because we've been through this for 4 months in Budget Committee, and I think we probably saved less than $10,000
You're
tonight.
the chair. If you want to entertain the rest of it, then
I would, okay, I'll take a motion if that's what y'all want to do.
I mean, I make a motion that we,
you got a motion on the floor.
Motion on, that's right, we have a motion on the floor for a recess till tomorrow night. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Billy Bass.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call for
Okay.
that.
I have a request for a roll call. Any other discussion regarding recess until tomorrow night at 6 o'clock?
A yes vote is for a recess, a no vote is we stay here, right?
Correct.
Just want to clarify that.
All right. Any other discussion? Clarification? All right. Okay, Stacy.
Justin Delahaye,
No.
David Gross,
No.
Frank Woodard,
No.
Tommy Vane,
No.
Joey Nixon,
No.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
No.
Charles Kent,
No.
Bill Reese,
No.
Ron Cowan,
No.
Linda Nixon,
No.
Chloe McKinney,
no,
Shannon Winchie,
No.
Erica Eagle,
No.
Ron Schumate,
No.
Jimmy Winfrey,
No.
Daniel Cripps,
No.
Thomas Haskell,
No.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Grady Kirby,
No.
Jason Stewart,
No.
Shannon Green,
No.
Glenn Reese,
No.
Terry Givens,
No.
We continue.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know how this motion needs to be worded, but I would like for, if any commissioners has any questions or cuts about any upcoming budgets in our list, to speak now or forever hold your peace. And then we will approve what's left. With that being said, do we need that in form of motion, or can we just agree on that?
You need to move to approve the, or whatever you want to do is the remaining balance of it and make your motion on it.
Make a motion to
Get your
approve.
second and then you have a free-for-all.
So, I mean, I'll make a motion right now to approve most of the rest of them as
Most of the rest of it.
Yeah.
I mean, all of it.
That's what I'm saying. At this point, can the commissioners that have questions about particular ones bring those up now? And then the ones that's left, we can approve.
So what you're saying, making a motion to approve the rest of 101, and then we make amendments from that motion? Is that what you're saying? There's other changes they want to make? And the rest
Hey,
of
that
it?
sounds great.
I just made that motion. I make that motion.
I second.
The rest of 101.
Have a motion to approve the rest of the budget inside the 101.
I'll second it.
And a second, I already have a second.
Mr. Chairman,
To approve the budget, what now, how you wording that?
the rest of the 101 that we've not reviewed tonight. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an amendment to that motion.
Okay.
Miscellaneous, 58,900. Contributions, 27,100. I make a motion to suspend all of those paid out of that line item for 1 year.
Second.
What number was that, Joey?
58,900 is the contributions, 316. It's on page 89, the copy I'm looking at.
Okay. That is suspending the rest of the donations that were that were approved by budget and finance, not, the other ones are already gone, correct?
Yeah, the other ones are on there, the Chamber of Commerce, that includes Chamber of Commerce and Rescue School.
It also does not include the health center.
Could you clarify what that does include?
I can.
Stacy, all the rest of it.
It includes $10,000 for the Emmanuel House, $2,000 for Family Resource Network, $500 for Shriners, $1,000 for Smith County Imagination Library, $5,000 for Smith County Habitat, $400 for Smith County Fair Senior Day, $4,000 for Smith County Humane, $1,000 for Smith County Backpack Program, $500 for Relay for Life, $1,500 for Veterans Honor Guard, $500 for Smith County Pregnancy Health Center, and $700 for American Legions to sponsor One Boy and One Girl to Boy and Girl State.
So you're saying all of those would be cut?
Yes, ma'am.
Suspended.
1 year. Suspended, please.
Suspended for a year.
All right, I have a motion to amend 58,900,316. Did I get a second?
Yes.
Hold a second. Any discussion on that amendment? Questions? Do we need to vote on that amendment and any other amendments that come up, Brandon? Okay, all right. Roll call, Stacy.
Justin Delahaye,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yeah.
Tommy Bunny,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Barbara Knapple,
I'd like to abstain.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Bobby McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Shuhon,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart, Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
23 to yeses, 1 abstain. So that amendment passes. Are there any other amendments or questions?
I have a question about 58,400 other charges.
Okay. What would be your question next?
Basically, what does that encompass?
That is our,
Insurance premiums.
our, yeah, contents, insurance, liability, vehicle, equipment, workers' comp, and the 3,000 would be, is that?
Is that election commission? Insurance payroll.
So that comes out of just that, it doesn't come out of specific budgets for each one of those.
Yes, no, we just,
I put them all in that.
yes. Any other questions or amendments?
I've got a question.
Okay.
My understanding is that the school debt was supposed to pay off early. My understanding is they still owe 2 payments of $290,000. Am I correct?
There were 3 payments deferred to the end of the payoff. Now, how that legally was worded at the time, I'm not sure, but it's also my understanding that if that was paid back, it would go to education debt only. That'd be the only way it could be paid back, because that's what that was earmarked for. So,
That was research last year.
yeah.
You would, basically, if you charge them back, it would go into their education debt service and just say,
And that final payment has been made. You all approved an amendment for me to pay that in June.
Mr. Chairman, I move we vote.
Second.
We will vote in second. Have a motion to vote in second. Any discussion? Questions? Who was the second? Chad. All right. Roll call, Stacy.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese.
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Shannon Meacham,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
No.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Bone,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Dustin Dillahay,
Yes.
David Gross,
No.
Frank Woodard,
All right, those budgets passed 22-2. All right, Ms. Daisy, do you have a running total of what we have
So it's,
cut or added to these budgets?
there's been a total cut of $25,440.
All right, next thing on the agenda was something that was added, and that would be the tax levy. Any motions on the tax levy to set that tonight?
I motion that we set the tax levy at $2.14.
All right, I have a motion to set the tax levy at $2.14. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. David Gross. I have a motion and a second to set the tax levy, to leave the tax levies basically the same as $2.14. Any discussion or questions to this motion? All right, roll call, Steve.
Shannon Green,
Yes.
Glenn Reese,
No.
Terry Givens,
No.
Billy Bass,
No.
Greta Kirby,
No.
Jason Stewart,
No.
Jimmy Winfrey,
No.
Daniel Cripps,
No.
Dalton Pascal,
No.
Shannon Meacham,
No.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
No.
Ron Cowan, Linda Nixon,
No.
Kobe McKinney,
No.
Barbara Knappel,
No.
Charles Kent,
No.
Bill Reese,
No.
Tommy Bone,
No.
Joey Nixon,
No.
Dennis Hackett,
No.
Dustin Dillahay,
No.
David Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Motion fails by 3 yeses, 21 noes. All right, so we did not set a tax levy of 214. I would take a motion to, any other want to set a tax levy tonight?
Mayor, what is our actual total shortfall balancing this budget right now without worrying about the tax anticipation notes? Our actual
Cash
shortfall.
balance.
Prior to these changes, it was $922,000, I believe.
Minus these changes, it's 920.
Not counting these changes.
So it goes down to about 897.
Is that correct?
So
Do
that's-
you remember?
897, and our current, Daisy, could you run a number, what that is in taxes?
20%.
Yes, it's 22.83.
We would also, if I'm correct, I may be wrong, we've got 441,000 transferred out previously. Even if you said to that, debt service has to be offset, because well, that's also maintained.
That's right.
So you
Debt service was
Add
previously
10 more, roughly.
19.
How much did you say?
It was previously.
441,000.
So 11 more cents.
141.2.
There's enough in debt service to cover a little bit. Daisy, we figure 6 or 7 cents.
We went from 19 cents in debt service to 26 cents to make sure we covered that shortfall.
Because there's enough, there was 3 cents extra in debt service to cover the debt service. So even if you went to that number just to break even, you still have a shortfall in debt service you have to make up to.
So you need to add that 7 cents to it too.
Yeah, just, yeah.
So basically 30 cents.
And that would leave you with $3,000 in the bank.
Not addressing cash.
And the state of Tennessee would not approve our.
They do have to approve our budget because we owe debt and they have put the letter out there saying what they require. I can't answer that if they would approve or not approve, but they put their requirements out there.
I wouldn't think that's showing good faith there.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we increase property tax 59 cents as budget and finance brought to the board, brought to the commission, and we vote on increase of 59 cents.
I have a motion to set the tax levy at 273. That's correct, remember? I have a motion. Second from Mr. Ron Schuman to set the tax rate control at 272. Any discussion to this motion?
Mr. Chairman, I have the floor.
Yes, sir.
That's something I want to share with everybody if we got to this point. I did this on my own, this is my own print, so also my bad grammar, but it ain't my own. Our mayor talked earlier about giving him a year, giving him 12 months to do the best he can. I'd like to ask the county commission, I'd like to ask Brandon Beller if he could, in our September meeting, bring to us a resolution to put reinstating the 3/4 cent sales tax effective July 1st, 2020 on referendum for the March 2020 primary election. By law, 50% of that goes to the school system, 7% to the county, and the 43% goes to municipalities. This is just the figures that I came up with, looking back at past budgets, but approximately 50% of that goes to the schools generates $610,000. The 7% that the county be getting back is roughly $178,000. Combined, that's 20 cents of property tax. I'd also like to ask another resolution, that same night, Mr. Miller could give us a resolution to be presented, put reinstating the $50 wheel tax to go to fund the general fund effective July 1st, 2020, on referendum for the March 2020 primary election. The figures that I received, we talked about this earlier, is 18,500 vehicle tax purchased in the county each year. This tax would add an additional $925,000 of revenue, and that currently equals 23.5 cents of property tax. Now, these things change, penny values change, but if both were passed by the voters in March of 2020, it's 43.5 cents of property tax. Unfortunately, from my understanding and everything we went through in budget and finance, these are not options to pass this budget this year because of the timing. We don't have the right to set a sales tax. And I know it's still a tax, but at least we put to the people how they want to fund this, give them the option. with additional cuts that we talked about that can be made, I have all the confidence in the world that Mayor Mason's gonna work to do that in the next year. Hopefully, when we come back this time next year, this is why the people want to fund this, we can drastically cut these property taxes back down. That's what I'd like to propose. Mr. Butler, is that acceptable? Bring back in September?
Chairman, I would be happy to do that in the form of a proposed resolution, and I'll work to get it distributed, hopefully, by our August special meeting. If I can.
Both of those would only be simple majorities, just to put on referendum, correct?
Yes, sir. Well, super majority for a wheel tax would be passed by resolution, 2/3 super majority, and it has to be 2 separate readings at a regularly scheduled commission meeting, so it would have to be September and November.
Even just to put on referendum?
I'm fairly certain about that.
Okay.
I'll double check.
Okay.
Just to make sure.
I just want to throw that out there tonight. If we're forced with this, I at least want to give the people an option when they vote in March.
Yes, sir, Mr. Woodard.
On the wheel tax, can we specify where part of it can go at a later date or when it's added on or what?
Absolutely. I mean, that's,
Yes, sir. I mean, you could, it's a privilege
Like if you
tax.
wanted like if you want $20 to go to the debt service, and $30 go to the highway department for road fund, we do that later.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's,
Yeah.
yes,
You can amend that resolution that night,
absolutely.
or you can amend it 3 or 4 years down the road.
If it goes to referendum, whatever's on that referendum ballot is the way it will be as far as the wheel tax is concerned.
this should also help cash balance, I would think, tremendously with the tax. I mean, that could lower that 3 million number that we talked about because you're keeping,
You're turning more cash.
you're turning monthly cash in, so hopefully that can help with that front too. I know that's been discussed, I just want to be out there on the table tonight. Budget finance discussed this many times. I think there are other options, and unfortunately, I don't think we've got one this year.
There is another option. You can make do with this year what we owe or what we're going to be, figure out the shortfall. You do a 35 cent, take care of, that'll give you $350,000, whatever you need to go into the other fund. Left over will plus be $450,000. So, 35 cents will get you by this year, and if the things don't pass next year, then you come back and add more to it.
What was the 35 cent, what would that give us as a fund balance? Including the debt service.
35 cents give you $1,350,000 thereabouts.
And the fund balance the first year?
No,
And the fund balance the
not
first
fund
year?
balance, that's, revenue. You're down 800 and what thousand, 900,000, 900,000, that's $450,000.
So you have projected fund balance. I guess I'm understanding.
That tax anticipation note is in the property tax already. It'll be paid off with your tax anticipation note, will be paid off with that part.
If 59 cents gives you projected fund balance after the first year of what, Ms. Daisy?
The fund balance after the first year, that 28 cents, if you're saying
Yeah.
35 cents, and you take off the 7 cents you have to have for debt service, then that gives you 28 cents left, and that generates just a little over $1 million. So all it would do is basically make up your shortfall and leave you with maybe 100,000.
I guess that's the question I'm asking. You would have, at best, $100,000 fund balance short and all that.
Instead of 35, you can go to 40. That's 19 less than what you're talking about.
But if this vote before the voters would be called next year, yeah. But that makes
Well, I mean, every year you come up to vote, you can raise or lower property taxes, it don't matter.
And if you're looking at 43 cents right there between sales tax and wheel tax, in my opinion, we shoot for the 43 cents tonight instead of 59 cents, and then we'll put that back in the voters' hands come March, to whether they want to keep that 43 cents, what they want to do with it.
What about your tax anticipation notes?
It's paid off in your...
No, that's not what I'm asking. They're wanting us to be out from under them in 3 years. Well, we just balance our budget. That's not bringing any more revenue.
They're wanting you to show that you're getting out from under them Number one, they want you out from under them, but it's state statute, they cannot keep from doing it. Everybody else does it, but they have to.
6 counties do it, and they're working to get them to go.
But it's still state statute that they are there to be used for that purpose at this point in time.
Mr. Chairman, I call for a vote.
Wait a minute, what are we voting on?
Yeah,
We got a motion on
we
floor.
got a motion to amend, do we have a motion to amend?
I got a motion. And a second.
Ross, you like second?
Yeah, motion is in second.
Yeah, we have a motion. He may want to withdraw his motion. I don't know. I'm just.
I missed the motion, I mean,
Has there been a motion to amend? I haven't had a motion to amend.
No, just a motion.
Just a discussion, I thought that was bad.
Would you like to make a motion to amend it to 43 cents per steer?
I'll make a motion to amend it to 43 cents.
So, what, this one is?
Well, we're making an amendment to that.
You have to make that as an amendment.
I'll make a motion to amend it.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to amend the tax levy to do 43 cents.
Joey, can you speak a little more to that? Well,
I don't know, I mean, I'm assuming they'll be taking 5 cents off for capital projects that we talked about. So they get you down to 53 in my mind, then you're taking 10 cents off the general fund. It's kind of like what Daisy said, you're probably looking at about 100, I don't know, Daisy probably needs to do the math on that, we might,
Tell me what you want to know.
43 cents, if you put what you have to in debt service, and the rest in the general fund.
7 cents, so that goes to debt service. We're taking, you're pulling the 5 cents in capital projects back. Okay.
Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah.
So what does that give you as projected fund balance?
They give you $1.4 million in additional revenues, so that gains you if you're saying we were $1 million short, $900,000 short, that would give you about $500,000 a year in gaining on your fund balance. So in 3 years, it would be to $1.5 million if nothing happened.
That's what you're going by, is anticipation of it this year.
That's correct.
You wouldn't need to that third year.
When you get to $1.5 million,
That's it.
Things change, I understand.
Yeah, that, we're not buying anything.
That's true.
We're not buying any ambulances, patrol cars. I mean, we're 20, how much debt are we in? 20 plus million left. I mean, we just want to keep borrowing it. You can't borrow your way out of debt.
No.
We can't just close our eyes and pretend like that debt's not there. If we're just paying our bills, we'll never pay that debt.
And I personally think that 5 cents put in capital projects, to get to what you said, Kobe. I know it's 5 more cents, but that gets us fixed on the right foot. It might take a couple of years.
I told you boys in budget 3 months ago that if you was going to sell me a property tax, 1, you was going to have to be a real good salesman. And 2, I was going to have to know that we wouldn't be back in here doing it again.
That's right.
And I'm going to add a third thing to that, is that what Joey just talked about, is that we give the public the option to pull it back off. So, have them removed if they say something.
All right. So we have a motion for 259. The motion was amended to 243. And a second. Any other discussion or questions?
243.
No.
Motion 43 cents, so it'd be.
257.
Yeah.
Set the tax levy at $2.57 for the 2019-20 year.
So it was going from 273 to 2.
We went back to 257.
Is that the amendment? Takes
That's the
back to
amendment.
257.
I second that amendment.
Second amendment was David.
Okay.
are you saying, I know, but
43 cents.
43 cents versus 59, is that what you're doing?
Yes.
That's what you're voting on now, 43.
If the 43 passes, do we vote on 59?
Repeat your question.
So we'll vote on the amendment first. Let's say 43 passes. Our tax levy's set, do we get a chance to vote at 59?
Once you set your levy, you set your levy. And right now, there's nothing that's been approved as a tax levy. From what I've heard, you've got a motion, a second, for an additional increase of 59 cents. And then you had a motion to amend and a second at 43 cents. So the motion that's on the table right now is the motion to amend at the 43 cents. And for the purposes of this conversation, the total was $2.73
59 cents.
at the 59 cents, is what the first motion was, and the total levy for the
Second motion is 257. Any other discussion?
I don't want to delay anything, but should we recess for 5 minutes and let me double check that estimated ending fund balance so we can make sure that?
I think that'd be a good idea. I make a motion to reset at 5 minutes.
Second.
Motion and a second for Chad. All those in favor? That goes for us, right?
Yes, on page 55, if anybody else needs a visual, that would make the revenue in 40110 that previously was projected at $5,683,680 with the 59 cents. This would put your general fund at $5,252,505.
So what we're about to do is we're going to vote on the amendment to set the tax levy at 243. If that passes, then you will turn right around and vote again on 243 as the tax levy. You're only voting on an amendment. If that, 257, sorry, 257. If that fails, you would vote on the original 59, which was 273. So does everybody understand what we're going to do? You're going to vote twice.
We're voting to set the tax levy.
You're voting to amend, Terry, you're voting to amend the first motion to 243. Any other discussion? Any other questions?
I just want to make sure this is clear. Just one more time. We've got a motion and a second on the floor for the $2.73 levy.
Correct.
We have a motion and a second for an amendment to that motion,
To make it
$2.57.
257, yes.
We're going to vote on the amendment.
Correct, first.
If it passes, then we will have to vote to set the levy. That doesn't automatically set the levy, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we're voting on the motion to amend the first motion. Any other discussion, questions? Yeah.
This is for the 273.
No.
257. The motion to
This is
amend
for,
that, to amend the 273 to 257.
43 cents. 43 cents.
Any other questions or discussion or amendments? All right, roll call, Stacy.
Frank Woodard. Did you say no? Frank? No? Joey Nixon?
No.
Bill Reese?
Bill Reese.
Oh, no.
Ron Cowan?
Yes.
Shannon Minchie?
Yes.
Dalton Pascal?
No.
Billy Bass?
Yes.
Glenn Reese?
Yes.
Terry Gibbons?
Yes.
Jason Stewart?
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey? Ron Schumake,
No.
Toby McKinney,
No.
Barbara Knappel,
No.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
David Gross,
Yes.
Dustin Dillahay,
Yes.
Tommy Bain,
No.
Charles Kent,
No.
Linda Nixon,
No.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Greta Kirby,
No.
Shannon Green,
No.
Eleven yeses, 13 noes. That amendment fails. All right. Mr. Beller, we now take a motion.
You got your original motion?
You got your original motion, which we again made a tax levy of $2.73. No, we have a motion and a second. We are voting to set the tax levy at $2.73. That is correct, Mr. Bell? All right. Any other questions or discussions to that motion? Roll call, Stacy.
David Gross,
No.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Toby McKinney,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
No.
Glenn Reese,
Yes.
Shannon Green,
No.
Greta Kirby,
Yes.
Dalton Pascal,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
No.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dustin Dillahay,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
No.
Tommy Bain,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
No.
Ron Cowan,
No.
Ron Schumake,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
No.
Billy Bass,
No.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Yes, 9 no. Tax levy is set at 273. And we need to approve all the budgets, so we go back to
The vote y'all took was for changes, I don't think we had a motion to approve the entire budget,
no.
and then also the other funds.
Okay, so that would be approval resolution. Do we change that number, or are we going to vote on the same number?
I mean, if everyone's prepared, it will be a new number.
Approval resolution, and it was dated, it was numbered 07-2019-02. That will change to the ninth date for fiscal year 2019-20 budget for funds 101, 122, 131, 141, 143, 151, 156, 171, and 207.
Motion to approve with the changes for the one-on-one we made tonight. Second.
Motion by Joey Nixon, second by Chaz Kent to make those changes. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion or amendments to that? But well, we've already made amendments to it, but any discussion?
Are we voting on making the amendments that we made?
Yes. Well, we've made, we already voted those amendments.
I'll make those changes within the resolution that you have in front
Okay,
of you.
so we're voting on it.
Yeah, the total budget, all those funds, 101, 122, 131, 141, 143, 151, 156, 171, and 207,
With the changes to the one-on-one.
with the changes.
We vote.
All right, roll call, Stacy.
Shannon Green?
Yes.
Glenn Reese?
Yes.
Terry Gibbons?
Yes.
Billy Bass?
Yes.
Greta Kirby?
Yes.
Jason Stewart?
Yes.
Jimmy Winfrey?
Yes.
Daniel Cripps?
Yes.
Dalton Pascal?
Yes.
Shannon Minchie?
Yes.
Erica Eagle?
Yes.
Ron Schumate?
Yes.
Ron Cowan?
Yes.
Linda Nixon?
Yes.
Toby McKinney?
Yes.
Barbara Knuckle?
Yes.
Charles Kent?
Yes.
Bill Reese?
Yes.
Tommy Vane?
Yes.
Joey Nixon?
Yes.
Dennis Packard?
Yes.
Justin Delahaye?
Yes.
David Gross?
Yes.
Frank Woodard?
That motion passes. Up next is the approval of resolution and the notable change making appropriations for various fund departments, institutions, offices, and agencies of Smith County.
They will have changes from the last year.
And then we'll reflect the changes that we made.
Motion to approve with those changes.
Second.
And a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Ready for a roll call, Stacy?
Shannon Green?
Yes.
Glenn Reese?
Yes.
Terry Gibbons?
Yes.
Billy Bass?
Yes.
Greta Kirby?
Yes.
Jason Stewart?
Yeah.
Jimmy Winfrey?
Yes.
Daniel Cripps?
Yes.
Dalton Pascal?
Yes.
Shannon Minchie?
Yes.
Erica Eagle?
Yes.
Ron Schumate?
Yes.
Ron Cowan?
Yes.
Linda Nixon?
Yes.
Toby McKinney?
Yes.
Barbara Knuckle?
Yes.
Charles Kent?
Yes.
Bill Reese?
Yes.
Tommy Vane?
Yes.
Joey Nixon?
Yes.
Dennis Packard?
Yes.
Justin Delahaye?
Yes.
David Gross?
Yes.
Frank Woodard?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously. Next is the approval of a resolution making appropriations for donations to various organizations. Now, this has been amended. The only thing you will see on this sheet will be,
It will be the Smith County Rescue Squad, the UCHRA, the Smith County Health Center, Upper Cumberland Tourism, Smith County Chamber of Commerce, and CASA, Court-Appointed Special Advocate.
CASA is money in, money out, that's a grant, so it doesn't make a difference. Because all the other donations on that page were suspended.
Is the senior center on that?
No.
The $400 for the Fair Senior Day is.
No.
Oh,
the
no,
senior
they
center.
are not.
Senior
considered
center's
part of
not charitable
They're not
contribution.
considered on that?
it. That's right.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Kobe. Second. Second by Justin Delahaye. We have a motion and a second to approve that one. Any discussion? Roll call.
Shannon
Yes.
Terry Givens,
Yes.
Billy Bass,
Yes.
Brandon Kirby,
Yes.
Jason Stewart,
Yes.
Jimmy Weaver,
Yes.
Daniel Cripps,
Yes.
Colin Pascal,
Yes.
Shannon Minchie,
Yes.
Erica Eagle,
Yes.
Ron Schumate,
Yes.
Ron Cowan,
Yes.
Linda Nixon,
Yes.
Kobe McKinney,
Yes.
Barbara Knappel,
Yes.
Charles Kent,
Yes.
Bill Reese,
Yes.
Tommy Vane,
Yes.
Joey Nixon,
Yes.
Dennis Hackett,
Yes.
Justin Dillard,
Yes.
Debbie Gross,
Yes.
Frank Woodard,
Yes.
And it's passed. All right, the next thing is the estimated fund balance worksheets, debt service fund worksheets.
they'll all have updates.
They'll all have updates.
Well, the general fund will have updates. No, that's right, because it's the same as what's in this presenting.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it'll change by that small amount of changes that were made.
25,000
Yes.
out of the way.
Yes.
Estimated fund balance worksheets and cash flow.
Nothing has to be approved on that, that's just presentation.
Oh, that's right.
I think, Daisy, that's the last thing that has to be, that was part of that packet, correct? For the budget.
The other thing is presentation items that reflect numbers inside the budget.
All right. Item number 13 on tonight's was the election of notaries.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Dennis Hackett. Second by Ron Schumate. All those in favor? Opposed? Item 14, new business. Is there any new business that wants to be brought up tonight?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn by Colby, second by Dennis Hackett. All those in favor?